Greetings and good night, everyone. We're back again for Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. I am your host, Koku. We have some really good topics tonight, great topics tonight. What are we doing tonight? We're going to be talking about anti-Asian hate once again, and Asian women complaining that they are the face of the pandemic. We're going to be talking about black police officers. Should they be considered black while wearing a blue police uniform? We're going to talk about why teachers are the bad guys and entertainers are the superheroes in black society. We're going to talk about self-defense. If our enemies are getting into martial arts, boxing, and other combative skills, why aren't we doing it too? We're going to talk about career-driven sisters that tend to become apostles for white feminism. We're going to talk about how the white male has finally discovered a way to dominate at athletics. You can guess where that's going. We're going to talk about the fact that William and Kate, the so-called royals, are visiting Jamaica, and there are protests in Jamaica over it. There's also protests in my hometown coming as well. We're going to talk about the Phoenix Suns, the basketball team, its owner, its plantation system. We're going to talk about Wangari Maathai, Maathai. I think that's pronunciation. You guys can correct me later on. We're going to talk about the future of Africa for its diaspora. And if we have time, we might even do a bonus tonight talking about Rastafarians, wrong or right. So those are the shows for tonight. I see we got Gaston up in the chat. Coach Peter's in the chat. Jonelle is in the chat. And Daily Affirmations by Pauline. Make sure to check out her channel. It's in the chat as well. What we're going to do, we're going to start the show now. And on the other side, we will begin to drop the links for those of you who want to join the panel. We're going to also drop the first Shoot the Breeze prompt as well. So you guys stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed, we are back. I am your host, Goku. Glad to see you guys there in the chat. Make sure you share the link with others. Let others come through, check out the show, listen to what we're discussing. I'm about to drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 for tonight. There it is. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight is about Asian women complaining that they are the face of the pandemic. Asian women complaining that they are the face of the pandemic. All that ass kissing. And Muzungu still hate you. I see we have Jose. I see we have Jay, in the chat. Let me drop the link, by the way. Anyone who wants to join, I tried to invite some sisters to come through. Hopefully they're around listening right now. And hopefully they will jump on the panel as well. Maybe the matron is around as well. So there's the link. I just dropped it in the chat. You guys can click the link, join the panel, and we can have a good discussion here. I see Jay put up the smiling face. So there's the link. Let's welcome in Gas Them Up. Gas Them Up, how are you this week?
Peace, brother. Peace, everybody. Just trying to scrape and scrap in this thing we call Babylon. That's what we're doing.
Absolutely. I feel you on that. Let's welcome in Jay from last week. Jay, thanks for coming back again. How are you tonight?
I'm okay. Ready to be part of your fantastic show. And thank you for having me.
No problem. Thanks for coming through. I'm sure we'll get other people joining the panel just now. But you see the first prompt, it says Asian women complaining. First, let's welcome Mr. Untouchable to the panel. Mr. Untouchable, can you hear me? I don't think Mr. Untouchable is ready yet.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, good. Respect to everyone. Respect my great brothers. Respect to the panel.
Yes, sir. Thanks for coming through. So the first prompt, Asian women complaining that they are the face of the pandemic. All that ass kissing, and Muzungu still hate you. This came with a link. Let me share that link with you guys. Where is it now? Hold on a second. That's the problem with this thing. Okay, so it's from Twitter. Here's the link from Amy S. Choi. You guys should be able to see my screen. Yes, indeed. You guys can see the tweet. It says, "Are you kidding me?" with this photo. This tweet is from Amy S. Choi, an Asian called Awesome Choi. That's her handle. It says, "Are you kidding me with this photo? Are you effing kidding me? We're still doing this?" So the photo is from the Chicago Sun-Times. I guess it was a tweet from them. It says a new COVID variant is spreading across the U.S. Here's what you need to know about BA2. I guess that's the variant's name, right? A new COVID variant is spreading across the U.S. Here's what you need to know. And you see the picture. A gang of Asians. Just to remind you, the prompt talks about Asian women complaining that they are the face of the pandemic. All that ass kissing and the Muzungus still hate you. I mean, I'll say first that listen, this pandemic came out of your hometown. It is what it is. It is what it is. But suddenly, because someone has made you the face of it, when this stuff comes out of the continent, they sure as hell put some African-centered type name to it. But all of a sudden, we must not point out the fact that you guys, this shit came from you guys. Jay, what say you to this? You're muted, brother. Okay, Jay, I can't wait all day. It's too much silence.
Excuse me. Sorry. I don't know how the mic got you muted. I didn't do it this time.
Sometimes I mute the mic because there's noise coming from y'all's phone in the background, and I can't have the noise. So sometimes I might mute your mic. But when you go to speak, you have to unmute your mic. All right?
Right.
All right. What say you?
Oh yeah. What say the same as you. You know, I have absolutely no problem with the image. I don't feel this girl. She can complain what she wants. It is what it is. Like you said, sorry, I have nothing to add. You said it already.
Okay, I appreciate that, Jay. Daily affirmation by Pauline in the chat says, when I see an Asian man or woman, I do not automatically look at them as the face of the pandemic. Okay. Let's go to Gas Them Up. Gas Them Up, what say you to this?
Well, I think, you already hit a great point. But for me, I think it shows that this idea, at least for me, that, oh, black people, once we get power and once we like the Asians and we'll be respected, it's all BS, man.
I agree.
I was having a conversation with Jay earlier, and I said, I'm not trying to get too political. I don't want to say anything crazy on your show, but I said that it's interesting how these people decided to drop 2 atomic bombs on Japan, but they didn't drop anything on continental Europe, and it was giving them hell. You understand? So they know who they love, and they still, at the end of the day, they love themselves and will look out for themselves. And so, to me, this idea that if we properly ape the white man and copy him and embrace his ideals, there's a Moravian, I believe, that the Christians, there's some Native Americans, I think they're called the Moravian or whatever their name is, Christians who try to adapt and they were wholesale slaughtered. You can Google this. I'm sure it'll pop up. I think Moravian, something like that. And they were Native Americans who tried their best to copy, and these Europeans still slaughtered them. So, I don't know, man. I just think it just shows this idea that, if you appease massa so much, massa's going to love, man. I don't know. I don't think it's ever going to work. I don't want to talk too much on that one. What do you guys think?
Guys, before I go to Mr. Untouchable, I'll say this too. I brought this up on Twitter, I think, a little while back, like a few weeks ago. This idea that if you, as Black Eagles, African people, if you uplift your race, which of course we need to do, then we'll get the respect of all the other races. I don't really care about the respect from all the other races, right? They're not going to respect you anyway, but at least have your ability, your own power, your own self-determination. At least have that so that your people can flourish. Yeah, we're going to have to keep our eye on everyone else. That's absolutely, that's going to be true till the end of days, right? But this idea that you want to do better so that the other races respect you and all that kind of stuff. God used to talk that kind of talk too. I'm not big on that stuff. I believe they will still dislike you. In fact, they will dislike you even more if you can stand toe to toe with them on a power level. But we have to do it for ourselves, not for the other people. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
My only comments to this is, if Asian people shouldn't be the face of this situation going on, this pandemic, whose face should it be?
Right.
That's the first question. The second question, well, not question, but the second thing I would like to say to this particular prompt is, the Asians have the ability to create and carve their own narrative, their own mega stations in China. You know what I mean? In China, they could create whatever narrative that they would want to create. They have a whole Chinese production, film, and studio and media industry there. If they want to put out a narrative in the world and create a caricature of themselves, they have the power to do it, unlike other groups in the world, particularly us. We just really trying to create industries where we could forge a caricature of ourselves via Nollywood and things like that, but we don't have that kind of industry yet. So for me to listen to her complain about this narrative being sent out there, in particular by the Western world about them, I feel like it's ridiculous, because they have the ability to create whatever narratives they want about themselves in the world as well. So I'm not sorry for her at all.
I agree with that. I want to bring in this sister, but it says devices not connected. So, sister, if you can hear me, I see you're trying to join the panel, but your mic or I'm sorry, your microphone is not connected. As soon as you do that, I'll gladly have you, because I would love to hear your take. This sister I invited earlier today from Twitter. While we wait for that sister to get it together there, let me ask this question in the chat. Who do you guys see as the face of the pandemic? And before you say it, everything has a face. Everything has a character, right? So who is the face of the pandemic to you guys? Daily Affirmation by Pauline said, when she sees an Asian man or woman, she doesn't automatically look at them as the face of the pandemic. So then, who is the face? Who is to blame for the pandemic? I'd like to hear from you guys about that. The sister jumped off. I guess she's going to try to come back in a second. In the meantime, you guys make sure to check out the community tab for the Bitter Medicine podcast on YouTube. Check out the community tab. I put some posts up there, so I gassed them up, drop a comment. I put something up there today as well. You guys check it out. Give it a thumbs up if you don't mind. In the meantime, all right. So that sister, we're gonna catch her on the next one because I can't slow down the show. But I'm curious to hear from you guys in the chat. I'm still waiting to hear from you guys. Who is the face of the pandemic to you? One of the things too with black folks are so frightened to be real and to be real up front and to say it like it is. One of the things I did like about Trump, honestly, Trump was a guy. He's going to say what he wants to say. He's going to call it the Kung flu, the China virus. And he's not going to apologize for it. I wish black folks had that to them as well. Like some of these, like all these brothers on the panel tonight. They're realistic enough to call it out and say what it is. So I'm not getting any responses in the chat. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is, should black police officers be considered black while wearing a police uniform? By the way, these prompts, you guys, the listeners, generate these prompts. And you guys, the listeners, can join the Discord. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. Join the Discord. Ask me for a role, or I'll give you a role as soon as you come in, once I see it. And you guys could navigate to the Shoot the Breeze channel, and you guys could post topics yourselves on Shoot the Breeze. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, a regular working Asian person had nothing to do with the pandemic. However, scientists or the government may have had something to do with it. And that's true. A regular Asian person may not have done it, may not have had anything to do with it. But fair is fair. Regular working black folks often have nothing to do with the nonsense, but yet we are, we become the face of this, that, and the other. Like I said, West Nile virus and all that stuff. Regular working Africans had nothing to do with that, but they were the face of it. But again, black folks tend to be afraid to play the game the same way that these folks play the game. Let me share my screen with you guys, as this came with a video. So you see the video. We're going to watch this video, and on the other side, we're going to discuss it. Let me drop the link again for anyone who wants to join the panel. You can do so. Janelle agrees with Daily Affirmations by Pauline. Okay, let's go and check out this video. We'll discuss it on the other side.
Imagine this. You are a store owner. You own a company. You call the police because of a robbery, right? You call the cops. Cops get there. You're a black man, and they decide to punch you in the face, arrest you, take you to jail, and make up a fake charge against you. Well, that's exactly what happened. Here's the video. This is Mr. Kevin Penns. Kevin Penns owns that liquor store. Mr. Penns has already called the police. Police finally arrive. And when they get there, Mr. Kevin Penns, he has a gun and he's basically making sure the gun is safe. He's a store owner with the right to bear arms. He's explaining to the police, I'm the owner of the store. I called you. The police are talking except for that guy who decides to run in and punch the black man without understanding any context. The rest of the officers, instead of getting the cop off of him, saying, hey, this is the owner, they decide to go ahead and just roll along with it. That actually happened a couple of years ago. This is now resurfacing because Kevin is suing them, and he should be. So let's talk about this lawsuit and let's talk about the genesis of it. It took the public release of the surveillance video, the suit says, to cause the city to even pretend to investigate the matter. Initially, when he complained about this, they did not investigate according to his narrative, and he was arrested. They took him to jail. They put him in handcuffs. They knew he was the owner. They took him to jail. Here's a still of the officer who punched him in the face. That's Officer Justin Rippin. Justin Rippin punched Mr. Kevin Penn, the owner of Star Spirits and Beverages in Alabama. Yep, this happened in Alabama, okay? When the officers arrived, Penn explained he was the store owner, but he was still racially profiled. Rippin broke his jaw. Lawyers for Mr. Penn filed the suit on March 11th in US District Court against Officer Rippin and the city of Decatur, Alabama, alleging the incident was indicative of others involving officers using excessive force. Kevin Penn, 47 years of age, was armed to defend himself from the robber, was unloading his gun to make sure it was safe for everybody, and explained to the police what he was doing and that he was in fact the owner. He explained it, he told him, okay? And if you remember from the video just now, the other officers were listening, except the one, except that one cop. That one cop comes flying in like he's Mighty Mouse and punches a guy in the face who did not deserve any of it. Why is it, in addition to the cop who did this ridiculous thing, why is it that the other cops did not intervene and say, hey, we were talking to him, he's not the suspect here? It didn't even change after all of them, including the guy who punched Mr. Kevin in the face. It did not stop them from still arresting the store owner. The suit also contends Penn's constitutional rights were violated. He was a victim of excessive force, false arrest, etc. All right, so I'll give you some background to this so you understand how it happened. The incident was already 3 months old when it became public after a surveillance video clip was released on social media, according to the suit. This happened back March 15th, 2020. Mr. Penn called the police after he detained a shoplifter and held him at gunpoint in his store. According to the suit, Penn removed the clip from the gun and put it on the counter when officers arrived, actions that were confirmed by video. The officers, including Officer Rippin, knew Penn was the store owner. When the officer shouted about the gun, he said he had put it down, then told him that he would file a complaint. It was then, the suit contends, that Rippin, the man you saw in the video, rushed past the two officers and punched Mr. Penn, the store owner, breaking his jaw, causing him to lose a tooth. Mr. Penn underwent several weeks of treatment, including having his mouth wired shut, his lawyer said at the time. Mr. Penn was later charged, with obstructing government operations. That's what they charged him with, obstructing government operations. They had to do some research to find that charge, okay? The suit says it was well known in the Decatur legal community that Decatur, Alabama officers frequently use these charges, commonly referred to as POP charges, which means pee off police charges without a legal basis. Penn was later charged with obstructing government operations. As I said, according to the lawsuit, the city did not investigate the incident, nor was Rippin even reprimanded. The 27-year-old officer was put on desk duty on June 8th, 2020, a day after the video footage of the punch was leaked to social media. So it took the public and it took people like you actually sharing the content before a level of justice was applied. Just a level. We're talking about the very first level here. At least get this guy off the street. All right. The chief of police then, let's put his picture. His name is Nate Allen. Nate Allen was the chief of police. After this came out, Nate Allen retired without notice late January. Okay. So he has retired. He's no longer there. At the time, when asked about the excessive force, Allen acknowledged most cases with armed suspects end in death. However, he simply offered, I would much rather have a punch than an officer-involved shooting. Come back to me. Here's the problem here, Chief. The brother who owned the liquor store was never a suspect. He was never a suspect, okay? He never threatened police officers with a gun. He never held a gun and said, I'm going to shoot anybody. He was putting the gun down. When he was punched because he told the cops he was going to file a complaint and that one officer lost his cool. Let's put up a picture of Nate again, right? The former chief. Once again, part of the problem, Chief. This was a great opportunity for you to advocate for the common sense of your community, for the common sense of the business community, for the common sense of black folk in that local community, but you decided not to. Decatur Mayor Tab Bowling has since appointed Captain Todd Pinion as interim chief of police. Let's put up a picture. Look like a big happy family, don't they? Adrian, what are your thoughts on this case?
This just seems to be very much a reflection of racism and how it operates, particularly when it comes to policing. What we had is a situation where a black man is the shop owner, is the victim, and is seeking actually to follow the law and to get police to assist him, which his tax dollars pay for. And police took such issue with the thought of this black man asserting himself, standing up for his rights, and making some kind of indicia that he would be reporting the officers. And so the officer figured that they'd put him in his place. It was very much a know your place punch followed by these completely illegal trumped up charges. And it's just a reminder about how racism runs amok in our society and how much the system is set up and established to support it and enable it. And so I'm really glad that this man is filing suit. I'm glad that this video is out here. And I hope that this department actually does something because, as a tax-paying citizen myself, I'm tired of seeing individuals like myself have to contribute to the delinquency of these officers by paying out settlements.
Very well said. And this is what we call systemic, right, Adrian? Because at every level, the systemic operation failed him. He tried to file a complaint. He then tried to tell them, launch an internal investigation. He then said, well, this police officer should be held accountable. None of those things work. So more than just those three cops were aware of what happened. They had surveillance video. The police knew about the surveillance video. Nothing happened until that surveillance video went viral. And then his attorney later filed a federal suit.
All right, I remember this story and forgot about it. And I guess now it's resurfaced because it's being challenged right now. A lot of good information there, a lot of things to chew on. The sister who was supposed to join, I see she tried to join again, but her mic wasn't connected. So hopefully, sister, you'll get it right. You're still welcome, very much welcome to join the panel tonight. Gas them up. Let's start with you. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I've always said, first like this. Many years ago, I lived in Alabama. I was actually a correction officer for a short time out there.
Wow.
But yeah, I've had many jobs in this beast called Babylon. But look, man, this thing is the mentality of
You still there, gas them up? We can't hear you.
force. It's force, right? It actually comes from the
gas
French.
them up. Gas
Yeah,
them
hello?
up.
Yeah.
You cut out there for a second. Just go back.
Yeah, I said, what was the last thing you heard?
At this point, I don't remember. Just go
Okay,
back
so
and tell us.
yeah, I was saying that, the history of policing, it doesn't start with that KRS officer overseer. No, that's not how policing started. The idea of a police force, it actually comes from, again, the building of a so-called nation state within Europe. It starts in France. It becomes codified in Germany and Great Britain. Modern day policing. We have the French to actually thank for it, and the Germans and the British for codifying it. But the truth of the matter is, the mentality that one needs in order to be a so-called police officer and who enforces, the policy of the state, where you get with the police, or it comes from policy. So the policy of the state, and the truth of the matter is that the policy of the state, of the states within the so-called United States of America, is that black people are third-class citizens. It's messed up. It's not right, but it is what it is. We're third-class citizens. So I'm not gonna try my best to I'll do my best to fight for whatever thing I can get, but I'm not expecting anything from any of these situations. It never changes. It's the same old play. Either see a gun or they don't see a gun. I mean, I think there was that other guy and the woman. I forgot which state in the U.S. They jumped on the hood of the car and shot like 80-something times with the windshield. You got Amadou Diallo, you got Sean Bell. Look, man, this stuff don't stop. You got Eleanor Bumper from the 80s. This stuff doesn't stop. This is what they do. And, it's I don't think it's going to change anytime soon. I think that this nation is built on black blood being spilled on the ground by the policy of the state. And until we realize that, nothing's going to change. We're going to always, it confuses me why everyone seems flabbergasted. What? Can you believe they did that? Of course. Why are you still shocked? So I'm not shocked by this stuff anymore, man. It doesn't shock me. What I would say is this, and I end with this, is that, I find it interesting, to some Africans will complain about their police officers. Oh, they're corrupt. Look, I've never had the police, at least the Nigerian police or the police in Africa, we know that they're corrupt because of poverty and things of that nature. These guys are well-fed, well-paid, overtime-bearing mother effers. Why are you so gung-ho to kill people? They have no excuse. So I don't know. I'll end with that.
Well, before you go, should we consider black officers black?
No, because it's the same way. Just like you can't consider an entertainer black, you can't consider a sports figure black. You go through a type of training, and unfortunately, when you're on that side, you're in a catch-22. Because if you go in there thinking black first, what happens when you meet? If you and I are officers and we're on the beat, we get a call into a particular neighborhood. We're thinking black first, and we don't have that reaction time where we end up sitting ducks. Because not every, black person in a so-called bad neighborhood is going to be rational. They're going to react the way street dudes react. And that's part of the reality, too. Street dudes react a certain way. They move off a certain impulse. They're very, and so if you and I are officers, we're going to have each other's back. I think part of the problem is that, like I said, they need to change, because when you look at the history of what is a police force for, it's to enforce the policy of the state. So that needs to change. A lot of these police officers are not equipped to deal with mental illness. They're being called in for things that they're not, when a husband and wife are arguing, the cops are not supposed to fix that. That, again, this is the lack of community and lack of culture. The cops can't fix that. The cops can only come in and tell the husband, you got to go spend the night somewhere else. And he's already enraged. Now you're going to come back and do something silly, or something of that nature. So they're not even equipped to deal with that. And even them themselves, a lot of them become a police.
Your sound is
like they're requiring them to get.
Gas them up. Your sound is.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah. Just finish off your last thought there.
Okay. Well, I don't want to ramble. So I'll let somebody else talk. I don't want to ramble.
All right, Jay. Should black police officers be considered black while wearing a police uniform?
Well, I gassed them up. Took one point away from me, and that was the KOS overseer. And that's what I wanted to say. You got white overseers, black overseers, and Asian overseers. They are serving a system.
Yep.
And but I want to thank Gas them up for the information that yeah, it's more logic that policy police, yeah, they are there to defend the policy of a nation or a state. But what really caught me as an African immigrant in Europe is the I'm a tax-paying citizen. Yes, miss, you are the sponsor of this shit.
Absolutely.
As a black immigrant, as an African immigrant, I do realize that I or my not I was 2 years old, but my parents made a very big mistake. They took away our money, our energy. Let me put it that way. Energy. They took away our energy from the land of their parents, and they brought it to Europe. And now me, my brother, my mother, my father passed away, but me, my mother, and my brother, we are moving money in Babylon. We are keeping Babylon on its feet. What hit me was our sister, our African American sister, saying, "I'm a tax-paying citizen." Y- Yes, miss, you are the sponsor. You are the sponsor, like me. I am also the sponsor, and I should sponsor. I should be sponsoring a nation or state that does not do those things to us. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you for that. Yeah, that's a cool game. The idea that you sponsor via your taxes, you sponsor the machine that stomps you out, and that's something. Once you realize the cold game in that, our people in mass should recognize the solution to that. Like Gassim said, in Africa, yeah, we know there's corrupt police, but we know why that is, right? We understand why that is. And so right there, we have a solution for that too once we do what we got to do. But in this country, perhaps in this hemisphere, right? You sponsor this machine. Until you realize you sponsoring the machine, you're gonna be squashed. Let's go to Mr. Untouchable. What say you to this prompt, Mr. Untouchable?
Unless, to the question, let me handle the question first. Should black police officers be considered black while wearing a uniform? Unless they are wearing a UNIA police officer's uniform, they shouldn't be considered black. No, not whatsoever. That guy, he is the chief of police, and he had the opportunity to fire that person, but he didn't fire him. He put him on desk duty. I have a problem with that, and there are many others just like him. But to the other point of taxation in America, I see America have a long history of being revolutionary. In America, when England was being oppressive, an oppressive so-called state or governing over the American people, or people who were living on the American continent who were still British citizens at the time, they say, y'all telling us to pay all these taxes, but y'all ain't representing us correctly. So they started crying, no taxation without representation. No taxation without representation. In fact, you fast forward that whole scenario, and the white folks in America had a whole tea party. What the tea party was about, it is kind of around the same kind of things. You know what I mean? I don't personally think in America, and I may be wrong about this, that black people collectively are not angry enough yet. Because when they really get angry enough and assess the situation, they can say, no. You're not going to tax me to have police officers assault my children, my son, my uncle. You're not going to do it. Or we ain't going to pay your taxes. And then we're going to get in a whole shebang over it. Even if it means we have to go to the Capitol and complain about it. I don't think we're angry enough yet. The white folks are angry enough. They going to the Capitol, and those factors ready to overturn systems. You see some countries in the so-called third world, like Haiti or whatever, we talk about Haiti, they get angry enough. That bellies are empty. So they will throw a president. The president of these countries will have to leave the country running. I don't think that sometimes, and I may be wrong about this, I don't think collectively the masses of our people in North America are angry enough yet. Not yet. But I think that their bellies are still full enough, you know what I mean? And they still have an escape route where they can say, well, it happened to these people over here, but not necessarily us. They ain't get angry enough yet collectively to start to respond to the fact that they paying all these monies and still being abused. You know what I mean? Yes, they may be third-class citizens, but they citizens nonetheless. And they should be guaranteed rights under third-class citizenship status. The fact that they still have to pay out money to this government. So I just don't think they're angry enough yet. That's where I am with that.
In the chat, Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, I believe that the force teaches most to bleed blue regardless of color. Lero's here, y'all. You'll say what's up to Lero. Lero says black officers are not black. They're agents of the state, always, in any context. She goes on to say, we shouldn't consider them to be loyal to their blackness. I want to welcome in this sister to the chat. I reached out to her today to join, and she came through. She dropped some nice knowledge. Make sure to follow her on Twitter. It's Rachira X. Rachira, how are you doing tonight?
Hi, I'm fine. Thank you for inviting me over. I had to switch my laptop because the one I was using wasn't working.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Rachira, the prompt is... Oh, let me find the prompt again. The prompt is, should black police officers be considered black while wearing a police uniform? What are your thoughts on that after seeing that video?
Yeah, I think this just goes to show how powerless we are as a community, because even the question, do we have our black police officers, should they be considered black while wearing the uniform? Because the thing is that we as a group, okay, so Huey Newton say power, first of all, is the ability to define a phenomenon, and then to also have the ability to make that particular phenomenon you're defining act in a desired manner, right? So if we go back that definition of power, we will see that black people, right, whether that's in Africa or in diaspora, we like we lack power, right? So whether we decide as a community whether that individual is black or not, it doesn't really matter, because the people, right, the people that have the power to define our reality would define them as black regardless, right? And they become these props that's used to subvert, right, black liberation, right? So the chief of police resigned, but he was only in a token place, right? So I feel like that's also used to kind of get black people to pacify black people, because a lot of the time you see in popular media where people cry about representation and they don't really care about the quality of the representation they get. So for them, a lot of the time, visibility equals power, but it actually isn't. So whether they consider black or not, I don't think we have the power to define that, or to even enforce that definition, right? And also the system also has the ability to reward anyone that goes against black liberation, right? And punish those that don't, right? And we as a community, like other community people, we also lack the power to punish those who subvert, right, the goal of liberation, and also reward those who actually do work for us. Most of our revolutionaries, like, they died poor, right? They died not having a penny to their names, because again, we don't have that understanding to kind of like prop them up and reward them for the work they're doing. Because a lot of the time we want to have a nice cushy spot within an empire, right? So I don't think that we can define that, but in terms of generally they're not black, because they align with the state, right? And they're there for a particular reason. Which is just, when you think of Frank's Fanon, what blackface white mask, that's basically what they're there for. And I think instead of saying whether they're black or not, I think there should be examples we use to teach our kids, as to what not to be, right? And to use them to show how the system of white supremacy and white hegemony will use people that look like you to work against you. I think these people are like perfect example to teach our kids what not to be and who not to look up to.
Richira X, are you in the UK?
I am.
Okay. I know the cops there don't tend to walk with guns and stuff like that, but is there a lot of brutality similar to what you see in the US?
Yeah, there's a lot of harassment, like a lot of my black male friends have been, arrested. I had my best friend husband was pulled over once because he was driving a nice car. So we do have instances of like police brutality minus the gun, but I would say that it's just not in the media as it is in the United States, because obviously everyone kind of looks up to that country, and that's basically, I call them the Babylon, to be honest. But yeah, it's the same depravity everywhere, really. But I understand how, in the States, there's different levels of the sickness.
You guys on the panel, say what's up to Richira X, and if you're on Twitter, make sure to follow her on Twitter as well.
Hey, Rashida,
peace, sister, peace.
Hi.
I love British accents.
Here we go. Yeah, but welcome for real. I hope you'll come back in the future. We've been wanting to have more black woman perspectives on these topics that we discuss every week, and I'm glad you came through. If no one else has anything to add to that prompt, let's prepare for Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. But feel free to chip in any last words on that prompt if you want to. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 tonight is: why are teachers the bad guys and entertainers the superheroes in society? This came with a link. Let me share it with you guys. We're going to watch this and then discuss the prompt in regards to this video.
These people are efficient, professional, compulsive consumers. They think of that as their national pride. It's their civic duty. Consumption. It's the new national pastime. Fuck baseball. It's consumption. The only true lasting American value that's left: buying things. Buying things. People spending money they don't have on things they don't need. Money they don't have on things they don't need, so they can max out their credit cards and spend the rest of their lives paying 18% interest on something that costs $12.50. And they didn't like it when they got it home anyway. Not too bright, folks. Not too fucking bright. But if you talk to one of them about this, if you isolate one of them, you sit them down rationally, and you talk to them about the low IQs and the dumb behavior and the bad decisions, right away they start talking about education. That's the big answer to everything. Education. They said we need more money for education. We need more books, more teachers, more classrooms, more schools. We need more testing for the kids. You say to them, well, we've tried all of that, and the kids still can't pass the test. So don't you worry about that. We're going to lower the passing grades. And that's what they do in a lot of these schools now. They lower the passing grades so more kids can pass. More kids pass, the school looks good, everybody's happy, the IQ of the country slips another 2 or 3 points, and pretty soon all you'll need to get into college is a fucking pencil. Got a pencil? Get the fuck in there. It's physics. Then everyone wonders why 17 other countries graduate more scientists than we do. Education. Politicians know that word. They use it on you. Politicians have traditionally hidden behind 3 things: the flag, the Bible, and children. No child left behind. No child left behind. Oh, really? Well, it wasn't long ago you were talking about giving kids a head start. Head start, left behind. Someone's losing fucking ground here. But there's a reason. There's a reason. There's a reason for this. There's a reason education sucks, and it's the same reason that it will never, ever, ever be fixed. It's never going to get any better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The big, the wealthy, the real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. They're irrelevant. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets, and they own all the big media news, all the big media companies. So they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They spend billions of dollars every year lobbying to get what they want. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interest. That's right. You know something? They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street. And you know something? They'll get it. They'll get it all from you sooner or later because they own this fucking place. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. By the way, it's the same big club they use to beat you over the head with all day long when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged, and nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hardworking people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hardworking people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you at all, at all, at all. Yeah, you know? And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. That's what the owners count on. The fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant of the big red, white, and blue dick that's being jammed up their assholes every day. Because the owners of this country know the truth. It's called the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it.
I sometimes wonder about him and how he was allowed to say certain things. Was it because he was white and I gave him a pass, or was it because he was doing it in a comedy medium, and so the powers that be didn't think people will really take it seriously anyway? Let's start with Jay this time. Jay, what are your thoughts on this?
I first wanna take the chance to apologize or to clarify what I mean. Yes, I do love British females. I love to hear them talk. But what I loved to hear here on the panel is an intelligent sister with the sexy British accent. But okay, we are sick. We are this disease, this education disease has caught us too. We the so-called I don't know, the semi-conscious or the black folks that want to see black folks do better. We have this education on the tip of our tongue or on our lips constantly, and I don't believe in education that much. Yes, I believe in math, science. That's what I call education. But education in here well, I'm in Africa at this moment, but I live in the Netherlands. Education in the Netherlands always comes with a white flavor. Uh, you have to okay, and you have to bow your neck. I mean, in my ICT days, every single day they hated to see me in the server room, right? Especially the white folks on at the PC department, they hated to see me in the server room. So every day I was to explain why Africa was poor, why there was a war in northeast Congo, why black folks were shooting each other up in Amsterdam, etc., etc. So I maybe I'm trying to make the same point that I made with the white cops with black skin. We're adding to white power with when educated in white power. I hope I don't come across. I hope it's clear what I'm trying to say, because this is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, we got you. Yeah. Rachira X, what say you to this?
I think where most of the time we kind of fall behind is understanding that we just don't need education. We need revolutionary education, right? So we need everything that we engage in to help us, right, towards Black liberation. So when it comes to educating your kids, you're educating them, right, to understand the system, to understand the intricacy of white hegemony and how it affects Black people, right? um so if you just talk about, and also it's also recognizing that a lot of these white institutions um you know indoctrinate Black people to think within a modality that supports white imperialism. So you see, like, I was in my sociology class in the UK. You can kind of see it from the start to the end, where everything that's reinforced in those classrooms is how great white people are, right? So what that's doing is conditioning me. So when I think of greatness, I automatically think of whiteness, right? So in that aspect, education has felt Black people, because it's not educating us, right, to be revolutionary in every aspect of our lives. It's more so educating us to view within a modality, right, that support white imperialism. So when you get on, like, on social media, for example, and you see Black people regurgitating these white supremacist ideologies, value systems, it makes sense, right? Because like Malcolm X says, you'll be a fool, right, to let your enemy teach your kids. So education will be useful, right? Because I, for example, believe that, like, in terms of educating people, right, you must raise the political consciousness of the people, because most of the time when we have leaders and something happened to the leader, right? For example, the movement died. So, but if you have a community-led revolution where every single one of the people in the community have a good understanding of class analysis, a good understanding of what it means to be Black first, right, and that will get us more far than just naming an education, because if it's not helping you towards revolution, is indoctrinating you to support white power. So I think it's not enough just to just have education. Everything you touch must, you must revolutionize it in a way that helps Black people. So, but find what you're good at and do that for Black people. That's what I personally live by. So in those classrooms, um as much as they talk about all of these different ideologies that Black white men have invented, I'm thinking of Dr. Amos Wilson, right? And his opinion on psychology, and how much navigating in white, within a white hegemony affects Black people. So I'm literally going through all of those sermons in my head while I'm in the class, right? Listen to my sociology class, for example. And for me, like, that approach will help us. So it's not just education, it's revolutionary education that will get us out here. Because without education, you're just a tyrant. And I'm sure, you can see that through a lot of the some of the Black African leaders, right? Because if you don't understand, because I believe, that revolution is an intellectual endeavor, right? You must understand the system thoroughly before you get up from your seat to try to do anything. Because if you don't understand, you will just become another, tool in the oppressor, the hand of the oppressor to use against your people. Because there's a lot of subversion out there. There's a lot of different ideologies out there. So you must first arm yourself, intellectually, to know exactly what you're fighting before you can even, take up arm. Otherwise, you fail before you started. So yeah, those are my thoughts.
All right. I agree with many of those thoughts. Gas them up. What say you to this?
Yes, sir. So the prompt is about teachers, right? And why teachers the bad guys and the entertainers are the heroes?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just a quick fact. I believe there was a school teacher in New York City. He was the teacher of the year. I forgot what year that was. And within 1 year of him receiving that award, he quit. He said he can't do it anymore because the system is not, the administration and all that other stuff is literally interfering with his ability to teach. Now, this is a man who received an award for his ability to get children who couldn't learn or who had difficulties learning. He was able to change that very quickly. So now that's my opinion in terms of that. I think the system, the society is geared towards pushing people, kind of like George Carlin was saying in the video, towards like he says, mindless consumption, being preoccupied with things that don't affect you on a day-to-day basis. So what the Royals are doing and what type of tissue paper Beyonce uses, and does Gwyneth Paltrow use, what type of mouthwash does she use, stuff like that. It's part of that to keep people mentally occupied with the distractions of from the policies of the state. But when I first saw George Carlin say this years ago, I was like, yeah, he's so right. I kind of think my thought process has changed a little bit over the years to say that no, I don't think I think it's working out, especially within the so-called American context. It's working out in the perfect way. Jay and I were having a conversation earlier, and we both concluded that America is the creation of Europe. It is the Frankenstein of Europe. So anytime Europe needs muscle, they always just put the bat signal, and the big foolish Americans run to the aid of the Europeans. And so I'm saying that to say, his thought process to say all these countries are ahead of us in IQ, that is done strategically, because realistically, what keeps America on top and what keeps America so strong has nothing to do per se with intelligence and IQ scores. It's their military. It's their military and it's their taxpayer. Those are the two things that are backing the United States. So America can always float a treasury or a bond, knowing that the taxpayer will be there to foot the bill. And more importantly, no other country that I've ever seen in the world are the citizens so enamored with their military, the thank you for your service and this and that. And I have nothing against veterans at all. I don't want that to come across that way. But there's this love of the veterans, and it's done purposely. So of course they don't really care if the American citizen, the person who's born and raised there, has a low IQ, because their country grabs resources from everywhere else, they know that the foot traffic will instantly flow towards, their country. So Silicon Valley is pretty much a bunch of Indian guys and Chinese guys and a few Africans sprinkled on top, because they know that we don't care about all that. You guys are still thinking that the game is about who knows the most and who has the highest IQ. Look, we got the guns, we'll blow your brains out. And what we'll do is we'll blow your brains out. We have taxpayers, and we'll have all the consumption and useless amenities that you need. So eventually, your best brains will still filter back to our country. So yeah, they have higher IQs than us, but do they have bigger guns than us? And that's the mentality of I think the American state. They don't care about low IQs for their citizens. That means nothing to them. They'll easily bring in immigrants to replace that. I mean, most of the nurses in this country are from another country, the Philippines, Nigeria, Ghana, all these other places. And I think it's like that in the UK as well. So, that's just my little, I don't want to talk too much, but that's just my little thing to say that over the years, my thought process has changed in regards to what Colin is saying. I don't think that's a bad thing. It's a bad thing, but I don't think the American elite care much about that. They know what they're doing. It plays in perfectly to their hands.
In the chat, Laro says entertainers are the good guys because they represent the level of elitism and class status that many of us aspire to. She goes on to say teachers aren't valued because education isn't necessarily valued. For Black people, we view education as a gateway to a lifestyle, possibly, and not an objective. She finishes up by saying, plus teachers are paid bogus wages. You don't want the pockets of a teacher, but you take the salary of a singer, athlete, and whatnot. Mr. Untouchable, with all those thoughts put out there and the nature of the prompt, what say you to what Colin had to say? And why are teachers the bad guys and the entertainers the superheroes?
Let me first start with the statement that teachers are the bad guys and the entertainers are the superhero. I tend to agree with what Gaslamp says. Initially, what he says when he says that it's usually the society tries to steer you away. I'm paraphrasing now. The society is going to try to steer you away from people who would, challenge you to think critically as far as to what's going on in the society. So this society is going to steer us away from, people who challenge you to think. They're going to steer you towards people who focus on things, trivial matters, things that really don't matter at the end of the day, useless things. So I think that is, I would agree with that sentiment. I would kind of push back on the notion of, yes, America did initially have the idea of might makes right. They still have that idea, of might makes right. Because I have the biggest club, I dictate all the rules. But as we could see, the president of the United States going hat in hand to different countries trying to get oil. But let me just say this: that if a country has a big club, and you have a big club in your country, and another country has a big club, it nullifies the club. It nullifies the gun. I mean, if you have an atomic bomb and I have an atomic bomb, granted, you may have a bigger one than I have, but I could still completely decimate and destroy the atomic bombs. If the button is pressed, they'll fly and they'll pass one another in destroying the different separate countries. And no country wants to really destroy itself. People want to see their grandchildren live very, very long. So, I feel like it nullifies the big club. But I'll wait for your response on that one. To the sister, I'm not gonna go hard. I'm gonna go easy. I would only say this: political education and revolutionary education is good. I could tell that you're a very smart, very intelligent person. You talk about ideological education, which is also good, but I don't want you, be careful not to run too quickly past your people, because there are certain kinds of education that must be met before these brands of education, or teaching them to be giving them the proper political education. Like our community is starved of what first and foremost is health literacy is important within our community. The fact that many of us can't grow our own foods. We don't even know the how-tos in growing our own foods. These are essential things that is necessary, like immediate, as opposed to getting political understanding or awareness about global political politics and all these other things. I believe these things to be more so important. Our social skills, how we interact with one another, within our own community. These things I feel that we need to be. Let me finish and I'll let you go. I feel like we need to be properly educated in how we interact with one another before we could really introduce, as far as Amos Wilson's and Francis Cresswell things and all these political theorists. I think that they do have a role to play within our community, but there are some essential forms of education I feel like we need first before we could even look to these people as far as getting political awareness or geopolitical awareness or international political awareness as far as changing what our state is supposed to be. But I stand on that. I'll just wait for the two of your responses and whoever else want to go.
Yeah, no,
go ahead.
Oh, can I? Or
yeah, go ahead.
No, I agree. Well, so when I mean revolutionary education, I'm talking about, for example, you talk about, growing our own food. There's a way to revolutionize that, right? So when you're teaching kids to grow their own food, you must, make sure they understand the need for that, right? And how that fits within Black liberation, because everything is interconnected, right? So that's not something that's separate from Black liberation, right? So everything you teach the kids, right, it must serve, right, to liberate the people. So it's not just about interacting with Black people, right? Cool. So how do you, for example, speaking to a young Black boy, how do you explain to them, right, the need to see, right, other Black people as human? They must understand currently how we're navigating and why it's so important. Yeah, why it's so important, why it's imperative to, when you look at your brother, when you look at your sister, to see them through, not through the Eurocentric worldview, but but an African-centered worldview. So when I talk about revolution, political education, it's in everything that you do, because I don't think they're separate entities. I think they go hand in hand. As you're teaching Black people how to navigate the world, you're telling the kids why certain things are the way they are, and you it's very important to teach them to understand that they're never the issue, right? So if someone doesn't recognize your humanness, the onus is not on you to go and tell them that you're human, right? It's recognizing that they're the messed up one, and walking in that conviction is game changing. So that's the type of thing I'm talking about when I talk about revolutionary education. And obviously, I don't think you can teach Black kids without bringing all these heavy setters in. For example, Dr. Amos Wilson, he talks a lot about Black psychology, and that's imperative in this, especially in this current climate, to understand, right? Because when you get on Twitter or when you get on, you just in life, you hear all of these buzzwords, right? Black on Black violence and all of that. Teaching the kids to understand what that means, right, within the scope of Black liberation, and also teaching them historically how we were viewed is what I mean, But I totally agree with what you're saying, 100%.
Gas sum up. What say you to all of that?
I'm at a restaurant. I hope the noise isn't too bad behind me. But what I was going to say is that I think both of them are saying great points. I think the middle ground is that, unfortunately, to a certain degree, you have to learn the basics within this system. And then once a person learns the basics, then you can start to, I guess the word is deconstruct. And hopefully they can take those skills and start to deconstruct. And, Chinwezu has a great book where you have decolonizing the African mind and things of that nature. And I'm not always the biggest Chinwezu fan, but, or like Amos Wilson, like the sister said. So I think they're both correct. I think it's a trajectory one has to take. It's like when you're in kindergarten, that you don't expect a child in kindergarten to, know the, cell theory or the difference in force and velocity. So you explain a simpler concept, and then as they understand the basics, you take it further. I don't know. What do you guys think?
No, I would agree with both the sister and gas them up. I think that everything is in stages and incrementalism. My brother, I forget his well, he talked about that before. You have to take things, from small steps to small steps. But I essentially do agree with the sister who says that you have to include it from the beginning stages. But the person who is teaching have to have some political awareness enough to know that I am steering the ship in a particular direction with so that in my mind I have a particular outcome in mind. I agree with that sentiment, but I also agree with the sentiment that you should take baby steps to essentially get to the end result. So I agree with the Gaston and the sister as well.
Can I? Can
Yeah,
I?
Jay, I was gonna ask you for your last word on everything you heard.
All right. Um, um, I'm somewhere in the middle of what the sister initially said, and brother gassed them up. I believe, and that's a combination. So the danger in fighting a system when you live in the system is that you are missing. Uh, a base to stand upon, a fundament. So the word choice of Mr.
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 Untouchable.
Mr. Untouchable, the word choice of Mr. Untouchable is he visualized it as a ship going somewhere. Yes, but from what port did the ship leave? So if you are going to fight Babylon, if you are going to fight Babylon and you live in Babylon, to educate your children to fight Babylon is going to be very hard, because your children are seeing Babylon as the base, right? So if you are standing outside of Babylon, even if it's mental, but okay, if you're physically in Babylon, to create a strong mental base is harder. But if you're standing outside of Babylon and you fight it, it's different, because fighting something is also acknowledging its existence. And what I meant initially with I'm somewhere between the sister and the brother gas them up, the brother guessed them up mentioned the IQ part. So the IQ, the United States or Europeans don't care about IQ as long as they have the bigger guns. And he mentioned that there are Indians, Asians. In American high tech, and some Africans sprinkled in there, and that's true, and maybe that's how we should fight them, to not take part in their structure. So stay at home. I remember a documentary shown on Dutch TV, and that was a plane full of Indians, South Asians, a plane full of Indians, and there was only one Indian in that plane with plans to go back and build India, and the rest were mocking him. They were laughing. They were literally saying, Are you going to build India? Yeah, you're gonna rebuild India? Ha 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 ha." Right? And I see that mentality also here in Africa. Like but not, let me correct myself, not here in Senegal. In my country, there's also this mentality, right? If you say, I'm going to build Cape Verde, right? We must turn Cape Verde in the maritime logistic center of the Atlantic Ocean. People just don't hear you, right? The first reaction is to mock you, right? So um to fight something is to acknowledge it. So if you're fighting something, make sure that you're standing on a base strong enough to defeat that which you fight. That's my take.
All right, thank you for that. I think we'll push on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. And again, if you guys want to join the panel, have your voices heard in the discussion, by all means, click the link that I've posted in the chat. You don't need any extra software, anything. You could use your phone even to join the panel. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight is in light of white males in the dominant society taking a special interest in martial arts, boxing, and other combative skills, should we also be getting ready too? So let's see what this link has for us. Let me make sure to share it with you guys. Okay, let's check out this video and then we'll discuss it.
It's all about technique, man, because it's just like one of the things I do is like I've trained with a lot of people, like a lot of top boxers and stuff, and a lot of boxers are taught how to throw a flawed. They're taught how to throw a flawed punch. Right. It's like this. It's like, you know, like when I was catching up to you before, and you were going, "Oh, how's that happening?" Yeah. It's like this. Like, what's your fastest hand? I would say probably my left foot. Okay. Well, hey, put your left hand up. Like, just go like this, right? Now I'm gonna throw three jabs. Right. Don't let me hit them. Don't let me hit your hand. So what you want me to do? Just move it out the way. All right. So now notice the speed of the first two. Right? Ready? Yeah. That's 1, 2. Okay. Now here's the third one. Don't let me hit it. Ready? Yeah. How the hell? Come on, man. Check it out. Do it again. Hold on, hand down. Okay. Don't let me hit it. Right? Don't let me hit it. Now you got to ask yourself, okay, the first two I threw faster. Those I'm throwing not even half as fast. It's just the way I'm throwing it. Right. You see, and so it's because I'm not throwing from the shoulder. Right. Now, if I use speed, now hold your hand up. Don't let me hit it. I'm gonna get back here. Okay. Don't let me hit it. Right. See, the idea is I'm moving now. Right. I'm just like. But see, it's just that I'm going straight. I'm not telegraphing. Exactly. Okay. Most boxers, even when you're practicing, you do this. Exactly. So they got to read your punches. So you're teaching yourself to be read. Right. But if you go straight from wherever, it's not a matter of speed. It's a matter of technique. Coming from your elbow, right? It's everything. I'm coming. Look, I'm going straight. My whole body language, everything's going straight. Right. It's not doing this. Right. So the idea is that if you can't move your hand out of the way fast enough, you never move your face out the way fast enough. Exactly. So it's just practicing non-telegraphed movement. Just going straight. Straight. It's not about the speed right there. It's about that technique. And every time you hit, every time you do this, you're gonna crack them because you're going straight. You know, and think about it. Like, hold it up one more time. Now, all right. Now this is my backhand. Right. This is the knockout blow. Right. Don't let me hit it. Ready? Yep. So that's the knockout blow. If you can't see the knockout blow, this got all my body behind it. But it's just a matter of practicing going forward. Right. You ain't using no energy. Yeah. And see, and that blow that you don't see coming is the one that knocks you out. That's right. You know what I mean? Right. So it's a good practice. Like one don't have no movement, just like body language really. Yeah, it's to go right here, forward. Exactly. Right here, forward.
Most guys
Because-
come out like this when they're throwing punches. They
Rather
come
just
here.
don't open up.
Right.
No power in
See, what it is like this.
When they shadow boxing like this, you see it coming.
Well, if you're in your car, right?
Right.
There's a reason why there's brake lights.
Right.
If you're in your car and the car stops in front of you, if it didn't have brake lights, you wouldn't know it stopped because the size changes so gradually. You can't see it. That's why, because the way the eye works, you have to have a red light to let you know that it stopped.
Right.
Because if not, you're gonna run into the back.
Right.
And so the same way, when I move forward, if I move this way, your eye don't see me moving.
Right.
I move.
Not
in.
fast.
If I can move this way, right?
Right.
You know. So if I'm going to tap you, don't let me tap you in the chest.
Okay.
I'm doing this, right? See?
Right.
My I move in an equal plane.
Right.
Like this. You don't detect me moving forward. As well. And it's just
I'm understanding what you're saying.
You gotta
Yeah,
put the camera off. Can't get trade secrets, yo.
We
fight around this motherfucker, yo. You know what I'm saying?
This dude is like a lady, you know what I'm saying? It's like a fly in the wall. I ain't even see him.
All right. I see we have no in the chat saying the base is having the correct ideology. KW Don 7 is here, y'all. KW Don 7 says stay ready so you don't have to get ready in response to this prompt. I want to mix it up a little bit. Gas them up. What say you to this prompt right here?
Well, I've seen that video many times. Michael J. White is a bad dude, man. I respect the brother. I don't always agree. I think he like many of us, he dances with Babylon. He knows he's conscious. He knows a lot of what's going on. But like I said, sometimes when you get close to that place, you got to make some compromises. So but like I said, overall, good dude, very smart, very knowledgeable about martial arts. I've always said, part of this thing that goes on in the U.S. is so funny and worldwide. I tell people all the time, if you go to any place right now, in the U.S., I don't know about Europe, but all the people learning how to, break necks in the jiu-jitsu gym and how to do all this stuff at the garage is the white boys. So I find it interesting that the state is so fearful of the black male. When black men aren't in these, then they might be in a basketball gym, they might be on the soccer pitch, but they're not, learning these things. Now, personally, I did boxing for many years. And then when the UFC came about, I was like, wait a minute, these guys are, the fighting is different, where there's a lot of wrestling involved. And so I said, no, well, I'm not going to let some white guy, I'm being real, I'm not going to let some white boy just come up and grab me up and put me in a position and I don't know what to do. So I said, hey, I got to learn this stuff. And so I took judo for about 3 years. And so, now I'm doing Muay Thai. And, they all tie in terms of martial arts. I don't look at any one art and say, oh, man, this is better or anything like that. But I definitely think that all black men and black women and black children should have some martial arts training, some concept of defending themselves, health, running, exercise, because I'll be honest, even if you are the best fighter in the world, if you don't have the cardio, especially like with boxing, if you don't have strong cardio, you're not going to do much. Even wrestlers have explosive, extensive cardio. So you need a strong cardio background. And I'll add this too. For me, it's more than just the martial arts, the physical aspect. You got to have a strong spiritual martial arts. Do you have a shrine? Do you have an altar in your house? Are you calling your ancestors to protect you? Are you pouring libation to protect you when you go to certain places? It's not just the gun, and it's just me. It's not just the gun to protect one. Are you, do you have a mental protection? Do you protect your energy from people? You get around people who might try to make you feel a certain way. Do you protect yourself from that? Do you practice situational awareness? When you walk into a room, I tell a lot of sisters, like, most men, when we walk in the room, we're sizing the other guy up. Okay, maybe I can't take him, but I got to stab him with this knife if something jumps off. I said, most of you sisters don't have to worry about that because you think, oh, I'm pretty. I'll just be, beautiful. You're not thinking that this guy will punch you in your eye or something like that. So it's beyond just the going to the, because again, I don't like to ramble, but sometimes people will do karate for 4 years, and I love karate, nothing against karate, but a lot of that is just dancing. If you don't have the mental preparation, if you're not preparing yourself for the psychological warfare that comes with physical confrontation. When you're in the street, typically a person will scream at you, "You effing this!" And if you're not used to calming yourself down, like, okay, he's just screaming. Words are not going to necessarily cut my face or punch me in the eye. Okay, so I'll take a deep breath. What's the threat? Let me assess the threat and mentally be aware. So it's a whole, for me, martial arts is more than just going to judo and learning how to throw someone, ippon seonagi, and learning an arm bar or rear naked choke, or learn how to throw a proper, a knee, double knee in Muay Thai, or elbow, or double jab in boxing, things like that. It's also the psychological preparation that comes with it. And like I said, also the spiritual preparation, whether you praying, you calling the orishas, or you whatever it is you do, are you spiritually protecting yourself, protecting your home? So I'll end with that. I hope I didn't ramble too much.
Let's hear from Jay on this one. Jay, in light of the dominant society taking a special interest in martial arts, boxing, and other combative skills, should we as Black equals African folks be getting ready too? What say you?
Yes, we should. I maybe I have been lucky, or maybe I'm good in what Gas them up just came to describe, and that's that spiritual fitness. Or maybe I have been lucky. I haven't had that much fights, but recently I had something with a young kid, and I was like fatherly physical, right? So I didn't punch him with fists. I slapped him with flat hands, and he kept on coming. And when I got home, he somehow he my eyeball was dark red. So somehow he had grabbed my eye or something like that. And I was uh, s- um how do you call it? I was sorry for not knocking him, for not giving him the full force, right?
Mhm.
So I'm in other words, I'm not prepared for the physical altercation. I am not prepared, and I definitely should be. I'm that guy. After that, I've been thinking a lot, and I think that I'm that guy that will grab a rock, or a stone, or a bicycle, or or maybe someone else, and throw it at you. I'm that guy that will stab you and shoot you. I guess. So no, I'm not prepared. And yes, we should prepare. Yes, we should do it organized, and like I say, we should go for the how do you call it, for the uh, the peacemakers, right? Aikido, and those kind of martial arts, the type that end a fight, right? By completely destroying the opponent, or by humiliating the component, the or the opposite, I mean. So yes, we should. I am one that is not prepared. That's my conclusion.
Richira X, are you prepared?
Yeah, I stay ready. I do. I think the brother that I spoke first was talking about, being physically fit. And I've taken up boxing. And that requires a lot of strength as well to do. So I was recently, a couple of months ago, in a situation where I had to use those skills that I've learned. So yeah, I think it's important to learn self-defense to be able to to be able to like defend yourself in any sort of situation. But I also wanted to add to that, like a quote from Thomas Sankara, where he said a soldier without any political or ideological training is a potential criminal. So as we rally Black people, to kind of like, take up arms, or, in terms of like learning how to defend themselves, it's very, very, very important to understand that without the correct political ideological training, you are a risk of other Black people. So I think those two will go hand in hand, to be honest.
In the chat, I'm going to have to mute someone there. In the chat, No says there's no geographical answer to white hegemony. He says you can fight the system with the correct ideology. Teaching Black people to understand how the system operates is a good way to start. And like I said earlier, KW-7 to this prompt says stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Just a reminder for you guys in the chat, when you respond to a prompt, make sure to add the number of the prompt so that I know for certain that you're responding to the current prompt and not a previous one, right? Make sure to put that number up before you drop your comment. Mr. Untouchable. Jay, go ahead.
May I respond to that one?
Okay.
It hurts to hear our people speak of the system. It means that they are locked. They are a prisoner of the white system. It's the white system. It's not the system, right? It's if I'm afraid that thought is one that cannot imagine having our system as base as launching pad for a battle against white supremacy. So it's not the system. White supremacy is not the system. What Europeans installed all over the globe is not the system. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Oh, okay. No says it's the white system because we live under white. It's the system because we live under white hegemony. This Untouchable, with all that was said, including addressing what No is saying, what say you to this prompt?
Let me work backwards. So to quickly address No's comments, I would agree with my brother from Cape Verde, because it is a system. It is a system that is created by a specific group of people. Yeah. But it's not to suggest that we can't create a system within of ourselves. Mm-hmm. That's why he says that's why he puts an adjective in front of it. You know what I mean? We could create our own system. And if a system is created by a human being, it could be uncreated. You know what I mean? We could deconstruct it just like how it was constructed. Whenever we decide to get ready to. Let me put it like that. But as far as the question goes, there used to be a time. There used to be a time when some white kids, or white males were intimidated by the black male, in particular because of the propaganda on us. They used to call us brutes. You know what I mean? Because they thought that we could use our brute force to overcome them. But that was destroyed really by the gun. But needless to say, when you fast forward that, I think that white kids took a special interest in this so-called MMA thing, because it teaches you about the science of the body, military science, strategy, how to fight, how to throw punches, all these things. They went into their lab and they studied fighting science, military science, all what comes with that. And at the end of it, that intimidation factor they once had kind of is going away. You know what I mean? It's like you have to prove you dominant now because we are willing to fight you, and we know how to do it. And sometimes, it's interesting because now there was this guy who was a YouTuber. He boxed a basketball player and he knocked him out.
Lay him out. Yep.
Then he boxed another MMA fighter, black MMA fighter.
Lay him out.
Lay him out. So and it's like people are looking at him and wondering, well, how is this guy having the ability to do it? It's because he studied the science of fighting. He trained, yes, but he studied the science of fighting. And these guys, they studied maybe 6 months and said, well, I can knock this guy. He's a white guy. What could he do to me? And they got embarrassed. So I think that it's imperative for us to take a particular interest, not only because we matching our opponents, but the fact that, as Gaslamov was describing, the fact that it does have a disciplinary aspect of it, the fact that it does have a spiritual aspect of it. I think that these things should be taken into consideration. And I think that military science is something that our ancestors told us that we should study, and we should take notice of. Not Amos Wilson. Another guy another of our ancestors spoke about. I forget it. Alton Maddox. Alton Maddox talked about studying the art of military science and strategy. So I think that these are things that we should also take a special interest in as well.
Yeah, I want to ask this question to the panel. You often hear this conversation that we should study military science. How do we go about that study? Where are we getting the information from? Let's whoever wants to speak up can speak up to that question.
Well, you have a book on the Discord by Klaus von something. I think that he was from Germany. I think he was from maybe Germany or France. And he kind of maps out, on war. That's the name of the book, I think. Mm-hmm. And I think that he was a brilliant military strategist back in his time. And I think that these kinds of things, when we inform ourselves about the world around us, I think that these things we should also take a special interest in as well. And you could start there. It's on the Discord. Go try to download that PDF file.
Anybody else want to add their 2 cents to that? Like besides going to the Discord, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. Besides joining the Discord and navigating to that book, anyone else has ideas where folks who want to study military science, especially if it's African-centered, but not limited to African-centered, anyone else has ideas for resources? Jay, do you?
No, sorry.
Okay. No. In the chat said The Art of War by Sun Tzu is a great book for a starter. Okay, we'll end that prompt on that note. I'll shoot the breeze prompt number 4. Let's go to prompt number 5 tonight. Again, if you're here listening live with us, make sure to hit the like button. Make sure to share the link to your social media. Let other people know that we're here and we're out here talking about things that should be of some interest to them as it pertains to the Black community. Should be talking number 5 is, why are so many of our career-driven sisters the apostles of white feminism when their experiences are not even considered? This came with a prompt. Let me share the link for you guys. And after we watch the video, we'll have a discussion about the video and the prompt.
You might have heard the term white feminism used lately after Nicki Minaj and Taylor Swift's Twitter exchange, or when people critique HBO's Girls. But what does it mean?
Basically, white feminism is feminism that ignores intersectionality.
So not all feminists who are white feminists.
But most white feminists are white because white people just don't have to think about things like race on a daily basis.
And we're not just pulling the race card. White feminism excludes the experiences of basically anyone who's not white, cis, and straight.
Here's why that's so problematic.
First, it assumes the way white women experience misogyny is the way all women experience misogyny. And that's just not true.
White feminism aims to close the wage gap between men and women. But what it fails to recognize is that most of the time, Latina and Black women make even less than white women.
And police brutality should be viewed as a feminist issue, but it doesn't affect white women the way it affects women of color. If Sandra Bland had been a white woman, would a simple traffic stop have resulted in an arrest? Would she be viewed as a loud, angry Black woman? Would she be dead?
White feminism ignores the role that whiteness plays in creating things like beauty standards. For example, this is okay, but this isn't.
White women are most often the faces of feminism. Tina Fey, Taylor Swift, Amy Schumer have been able to break into industries that have been dominated by cis white men. But Black women, women of color, we face barriers that white women don't.
Critiquing white feminism isn't about silencing those women. It's about opening up space for even more diverse voices to be heard, and that's great for everyone.
Being a white feminist doesn't make you a bad person. It just means you have a lot to learn.
The most important thing any white feminist can do is educate herself and listen and engage with the experiences of women of color without silencing them. Because sometimes as white ladies, we just have to shut the fuck up.
All right, sorry about that. Yeah, that video is called "Why We Need to Talk About White Feminism." It had some interesting points in there. Let's welcome Kevin Carre to the panel tonight. Kevin Carre, how are you?
Good evening, everyone. I just woke up. It's been a long day, but sorry I missed the first few prompts.
Okay, thanks for joining us again tonight. In the chat, we got a Canfo Ewa saying peace. Lero says, I'm not sure what the difference is between feminism and white feminism. Akanfo says, in my opinion, Black women see how white women are treated, whether pro or anti-fem. Deep down, we know how things go when Black, so we think the treatment will change. Kevin Carre, you just woke up, so we'll start with you. What are your thoughts on this? Why are so many of our career-driven sisters the apostles of white feminism when their experiences are not even considered?
Let me think about that one a little bit. Can you come back to me?
Okay. Jay, what say you?
Me and Guest and Mop, we've touched this subject, and I think we overlook the nature of people. You know, the nature of males and the nature of females. What am I getting at? We are conquered, right? So what happens with the conquered people? The men get slaughtered, and the women remain there to get used, right? Impregnated, raped, whatever. So what do the females of the conquered population do? They cater to the actual men in power. So that's the natural law. Women cater to the actual men in power. There's nothing you can do about it. Women cater to the actual man in power, and that's what we're looking at. Call it feminism. I was looking at a sister trying to elbow herself into a position next to the white woman to cater to the actual man in power, the white man. I didn't see a sister cater to black men or to the black community. I wasn't looking at that. So you don't do nothing about natural laws. What you do is you fix the natural law, and that is, as long as us black men have no seat in the on the world stage of power, be it economic, military, political, or even spiritual, I mean that white Jesus or that North African or Middle Eastern Muhammad still dominate our spiritual realms. So also spiritual. As long as we have as long as we cannot swing our finger in the face of an American president or a president of the United Kingdom or whatever power in the Western Hemisphere as well. As long as we cannot swing our finger in their faces and they go like, oh shit, as long as we don't have that, this is what our women are going to do. They're going to cater to the actual men in power.
Gas them up. Let's hear from you next.
Yeah, feminism for me is I hope you guys can hear me. Feminism for me is, you guys remember the Powerpuff Girls?
Yeah.
You guys remember Charlie's Angels?
Mm-hmm.
That's all feminism is, man. It's just a bunch of women trying to act out masculine fantasies in drag. Because unfortunately, I've engaged with all of them, from Bell Hooks to Jermaine Greer, intersectionality. What's the one? And the one who wrote for Colored Girls, Audre Lorde. I've read almost all of them, and I still read them. They all say the same stuff, that there's nothing of substance there. Unfortunately, the black ones, what's so sad is that they don't realize that it's the agenda is population control. They brain so warped that the black man is oppressing them. Like I always tell them, listen, if you can help me get this male privilege so I can get my hands on some of that capital, so I can go back to Nigeria, show me where it is, because I don't have it. I don't know what you're talking about. This male privilege, it sounds silly, and it sounds like a woman who doesn't know her culture, because my grandmother would never say anything about male privilege. She had her women's group, and the men had their meetings. So, when we go away from our cultures, when we lose ourselves trying to fit in and be like the Huxtables, of course, the man is going to oppress you. I've told this on many platforms that prostitution is, they'll say prostitution is the oldest profession in the world. No, that's the oldest profession for those people. No woman in Africa was selling her body. And I've told them the Rex Lawson song Sawale, which the guy Flavor redid, it talks about that, because the patriarchal British say to the women, women should stay at home. So when these African women were leaving their villages, they didn't leave, they were forced from their villages because their men had to pay hut tax. And when you look at the history, for example, of West Africa, all throughout Africa, many of the people who rioted against colonial occupation, especially with the hut tax, because the men were being taken away in droves. And the women who are now forced to leave their villages to pay this tax to the protectorate of the Gold Coast and all this other crap, these women, the only option left for them is prostitution, because the British patriarchal system says you can't work. So of course, the clown African man who wants to be more British than the British man himself, like that Malcolm X speech, boss, we sick, we sick, massa, he wants to be more white, so he too embodies that patriarchal mentality. That's not African. There's no patriarchy in Africa, so black.
You cut out. All right, gas them up, cut out. Let's go to Mr. Untouchable.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. And unfortunately, when these black feminists, what happens is that they have forgotten their culture. I wrote an article about this years ago. There's I think her name was Mary French Sheldon. She was one of the forerunners. This is 1800s, by the way. I think you can Google her as well. Everything I say you can Google. She wrote a book in the 1800s. She traveled all throughout Africa extensively, and she observed, one of the things she observed was polygamy, and she said, actually, it's very helpful because the women are helping each other, and this. She said none of the African men tried to abuse her or touch her in any way, blah blah blah. And so I find it funny how a white woman in the 1800s traveled extensively throughout Africa and didn't see any type of patriarchy, but a modern day Nigerian girl who I know her village, but comes to me with an accent, trying to sound more white than the white girl, will come to me as, oh, you're African man, a patriarch. So like just it's just catering to the white massa. That's all it is to me. Black men do it. You know, people like Jesse Lee Peterson. You know, they black men do it. Black women do it. Everyone's catering to massa to say, look, massa, look how great I am, and that's what I think it is. You know.
All right, let's go to Mr. Untouchable.
I think that is to me, I think that is weird, because if the ultimate objective is to cater to the master, then why are the women catering to his wife? Yeah, I mean, it's like, why does she ever say? It's like, because from what I understand feminism to be, well, radical feminism or leftist feminism, this is in opposition to what this whole the idea of patriarchy. So that's why I asked the question of why are black women trying to cater to the white master's wife? You know what I mean? It would seem to be antithetical of what they're trying to do. But ultimately, I think it's interesting that when Gasimov says that ultimately the end game for white feminism or feminism on the whole is really is what?
Population control.
Population control. And I would also say, I would say some of it is racial suicide. You know what I mean? I would say sometimes some of it is you know, racial racial population control. That's really the final result or conclusion is really these kinds of things. And I think that our women don't necessarily see that writing on the wall. But when you see the proponents, the big people who are involved in these political ideologies and theories, look who their partners are. Either, and I ain't trying to get into a sexual debate, but either they have crossed the aisle as far as sexuality is concerned, or their partners, they're some white communists, you know, from somewhere. You know, it's just interesting the people who are the greatest proponents of these ideologies, who their partners are. That's very interesting to me. So it'll basically tell you what is the end result of having all these preconceived ideologies and notions in your brain. What's the end result going to look like in the next 20 years?
So let me reread that previous post by Akonfo. He said, in my opinion, black women see how white women are treated, whether pro or anti-feminism. Deep down, we know how things go in black, so we think the treatment will change, attempted power struggle, but they will never give it up, no matter how we pose for them. Rachira X, you've heard what all the fellas have to say. What say you to this prompt?
I think for me, is, you know, the illusion of inclusion, whereby black women by and large think that because they're women, they have some sort of solidarity with white women, and in turn, you know, and to end, you know, act out that solidarity, they must elevate the black man to the same standard as the white man. And also is, you know, I think that, you know, some of the brothers have touched on this already, and it is also, you know, seeing things through a Eurocentric view, and believing that in other, you know, indigenous societies or you know, Africa and pre-colonial Africa, that you know, that gender is a fundamental, you know, organizing principle, right? So therefore, if white men have patriarchy, then if white men are patriarchal, then black men must also be patriarchal. And the missing link here is not understanding that it's a highly exclusive patriarchy. And also not really understanding that white women, like Howard Zinn said, white women in, you know, are not oppressed, they're intimately oppressed. So whatever oppression that they're speaking of, is the contrary, it's the complete opposite, right, to what Black people as in general, or Black men and Black women experience. Because again, we are not in quote like in control of our resources, right? And if we don't even have the power to define ourselves, and have others, take us on that. So I think a large of that, by and large, is the it's just I genuinely believe that it's a miseducation, but I also agree that some women have seen it as a means for upper social mobility, whereby they will be pandering to white people. And even in the UK, every time you stand up to speak for the Black man, or trying to get like I was called anti-Black woman at work. So anytime you try to make them see the issue at hand, you're automatically the enemy. And that goes back to like positioning, racialized males in any kind of context as the ultimate aggressor, right? So anyone that attempts to kind of give a different nuance is automatically the enemy. And I think that feeds back into what the states want, because you hear a lot of these women talk, and it's like, yo, like what you're saying right now is genocidal, which goes back to misandry, right? And how racism and white aggression is predominantly seeks to eliminate the males, right? Because they're like the biggest threat in their eyes. So I think a lot of the time it's just miseducation and not really understanding, how living under genocidal oppression, how that warps our intimate relationship with each other to start, right? And then it goes out, so those are my thoughts on the matter.
So in the chat, KW Don 7 says Audre Lorde was married to a gay Yoruba male, had 2 children, divorced him, and went on to have a same-gender relationship with a Yoruba female. Shaking my damn head. Lero says women contribute to the same patriarchy that feminism is supposed to dismantle, absolving themselves of accountability so that they can do quote-unquote masculine activities without pushback. Or Zuliism is in the chat. Zuliism, why don't you click the link and join the panel if you can. He says the Black woman has been programmed by the man who controls the world, similar to what Jay said earlier. Zuliism says she is not aligned with Black men anymore. Zuliism then says she will not realign with you when you are subjugated. He says until you get the power and put their back on alignment, she will side with who. Lero earlier said it's a want my cake and eat it too, quote unquote type thing. They push this need for empowerment without the responsibility, which is opposite of the quote unquote harm reduction they claim to be about. Does anyone on the panel want to address anything that was said?
Yeah, I wanted to add. No, Lero and Mazzulli spot on. Lero is killing it. Very very intelligent sister. I just wanted to add 3 quick points about this feminism thing, because, like I said, when I was in university, I really studied this stuff, and it was so funny, because the truth of the matter is on one hand, when I would engage with them, they say, "Oh, feminism is for everybody." I said, "Okay, so let me talk about things that I go through as a man." No, you can't talk about that. It's about women. No, but then how is feminism for everybody, right? And it's like talking to people who they're not serious. And then I would start to press them. I would say, "Okay, so if this system, the European system, is patriarchal and it's evil, why would I put a female face to it? Shouldn't you run from Babylon?" As children, we're taught to flee from the boogeyman. You somehow think you want to be an agent of the state, and putting a female drag, putting a wig on the machinery of the state will change things. Makes no sense to me. And proof of that, you can look at Margaret Thatcher, and she pretty much was a man. Look at Hillary and how she destroyed Libya. Just because she had a vagina didn't make her any less evil and colonizing and abusive. I always tell them, as an African, as any African, these things don't even make sense. I said because feminism would make people think that some random woman who has breast and a vagina has more in common with my grandmother than myself. Me and my grandmother, that lady doesn't know my grandma. I share DNA with her. I'll die for her. You just have, breast and a vagina. You have nothing in common with my grandmother other than that. So this notion that you two have this sisterhood, that's why I call it the Powerpuff Girls. My mentor at the time, it's like Powerpuff Girls. The other two things I want to say, is that if you really want to see how white feminism is, go look at Thomas Jefferson's wife and how he was sleeping with her and the half sister, who, by the way, no one talks about this, right? Thomas Jefferson, the girl, if you just go on Wikipedia, I think, what is it, Sally Hemingway, whatever her name is, she had to have been 12 or 13 when this guy was sleeping with her. He was in his 40s. Because when you look at the age that she was supposedly born, now mind you, she was half white. So she got a little bit of privilege. This girl was at least 13, 14 years old. No one talks about that. You can't mention that in public about this guy. And the last thing I'll say is that even with all of that said, and and I always tell black women this should be a lesson to you. White women will complain about all this patriarchal crap and all that stuff, but they still stand by their men. You've never seen a white woman ever go against the military for bombing, Afghanistan, all the atrocities that their soldiers did, Guantanamo Bay. They never go against it. The last one I think that even attempted was, the Dixie Chicks, and look at how quickly they got rid of them. You don't even hear about them anymore. So that's just what I wanted to say.
Gas them up. They wouldn't look at Hillary Clinton. They wouldn't even go against their husband when their husband was sleeping with other women. Yeah, Bill Clinton.
That's a fact.
Bill Clinton slept with all. Not only that, let me go past that. But these notions of feminism, and I believe feminism to be dead, on arrival. Before what's his name? Donald Trump was elected into office. He was called all kind of scoundrel, misogynist, anti-feminist, grabbed them by the you-know-what, referring to women as pigs. But more than 50% of the women in the United States of America, did they not vote for him? Not the whole America, the voting population. They voted for a misogynist, anti-woman, bashing, all this nonsense, all these ideas. At the end of the day, the women put him in office. So I don't want to hear about these notions of feminism anymore.
Let's welcome in Azuli this week. Azuli, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. The whole tool, I know you probably said that already, but the feminism was introduced to separate the black man from the black woman, because it's only sent there to destroy us, to keep us from uniting. But the black woman does not understand that. She identifies more with being a woman than with being. If you identify more with your gender than more with your race, you're gonna betray your race. But number two, the only thing I really want to say, black men have sold out, have sold their own women out, and you are under the foot of a man. Until you get his foot off your neck, your woman will not realign with you. And they don't, because to them, and that maybe subconsciously, they think you should have been freedom. You're going with the same programming that this man has created for you. We're all operating on the survival of the fittest, not trying to change the system. Oh, I want to get a Benz. I want to be a doctor. I want to drive this. I don't have 3 houses.
Zuli, can I push back when you finish? I just want to push back a little. I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, of course. My feeling is that, I was talking to that yesterday to somebody, bro. We pimped the black woman out. Now she's pimping herself, right? Now she's benefiting from herself. She could call the men, when you're trying to check her, she could call the men to check you. Why should you respect you when you got another man telling you what to do? Why should she respect you when another man from another country could tell you what to do with your people in your own country? Until the black man changes his ways and trying to get back in a respectable form. That's why they destroyed the whole car industry in Detroit. They took all the jobs away. Now you can't support your family. The women look at you like you ain't shit. You have to go to that same man to get a job. How are we men? Like, I get what I'm not agreeing with what they're doing, like going on the other side, but in another way, women are just like women are like a blackboard. They commit whatever you program in them, that's what they do. They perfect to the society. We are the changers. Until we change, they're gonna keep doing. We talk about all the whole women are doing are being thoughts and all of that because men are thoughts. When we become righteous, they're gonna have to become righteous. So I'm saying this alone is that I believe that the women, the black woman is already sold us out. There's no incentive for her to come back because she get the great job, she get the great opportunities. Look, the judge right now is going to be a black woman. What's the incentive they got to come back into the line? Why should they come back to you? That's all I had to say.
Before we go to gas them up in the chat, Lero says, preach, gas them up. White women aren't divesting, LMAO. No says it's definitely the illusion of inclusion. At Lero, gas them up. You wanted to push back a little bit against what Uzuli just said. What say you?
Yeah, not Uzuli per se, but look, for me, growing up in this country, I noticed certain things, and I find it interesting because I'll say this, right? I don't believe that I don't see women as weak personally. Women don't follow men. I don't believe all that stuff. Women are emotional. All that stuff is lies and manipulations that women use to get over on men, so men can work hard and drop dead, and you get a big piece of chicken. Oh yeah, you the man. Look, these women don't need. A woman can do anything she wants by herself. So this superhero mentality that I think a lot of men have. I'm gonna save. I'm the man. You're just gonna die early death, and she's gonna leave and laugh or probably cry a little bit. It's all smoke and mirrors. But I'm saying that to say, to me, this notion that until the black man, that's hogwash in my opinion. Because the Bangladeshi man, the Indian man, he got the white guy's foot on his neck. The Chinese man still got the white guy's foot on his neck. That's why he has to buy American treasury bonds. Who's the largest owner of foreign debt? It's China. That's a foot on his neck. If he didn't have to buy those bonds, but he had to. But those women stand by their men. Exactly. So let's not give black women this excuse until no, that's a lie, man. Look, these women know what they're doing. Let's stop falling for this be a man, big piece of chicken crap from the 1980s. It's all right here, brother. It's all hogwash. I think, boss, I'll give you a thing. I think that we have to get past a lot of these things. We're deceiving ourselves. Oh, when we get righteous, look, man, the NOI has been righteous. You got NOI communities in Philly, New York. Those women are still misbehaving. Let's not kid ourselves, man. Look, the truth is that women are gonna act the way they want to act, and in this country, in Babylon, there's perks to kissing up the massa, and that's what it is. I think black men should be righteous. You should be honorable, have integrity. Not abuse your women and things of that nature. But to kid yourself to think I lead the women, no, that's BS, man. And I'll end with this example. When I was in school here, I used to tell a lot of my black African American brothers, they we'd go out to the gym or wherever and stuff. And we might see like the Indian guy, the Pakistani guy, and he's like, yeah, I could kick that dude's ass. I could whoop his ass. I said, yeah, you can, but guess what? When he go home, he tell his wife to jump. She say how high. And he's weak and sickly and all that stuff. You can't even get your woman to listen to you. So who's the real man? So I think black men, we have a lot of things to learn in terms of what is real masculinity. The white man got his foot on these Indian man's neck too, but his woman still listens and follows his instructions. So what is it about us and what we think about black women, that makes us fall for those manipulative tactics, in my opinion? I'll end with that.
In the chat, no says it's definitely the illusion of inclusion. Lero says feminism isn't the result of black men being weak, but rather our communities being weak and plain selling out and individualistic aspirations. I think Jay wanted to say something earlier, right?
No, I said it. I said it all. I said it all. I'm not. I'm not. It's not. It's not men getting righteous. I think men getting a seat on the world stage of power will change things. Although I yeah, guess him up has a point. You know. I mean, women are not completely cattle or a man's best friend. You know, a dog is a man's best friend. A woman has a brain and a will. But still, you know, still, I think if we have a seat on the world stage of power, we things will change. Let me change the word think. I believe, right? And I don't. I hate believing because it says that I don't know, and so I admit I don't know. I believe, yeah, right. I believe that if we have a seat on the world stage of power, that our sisters will change their ways.
Let's go back to Zuli. Zuli has been
Well,
chomping at the bit to say
I'm
something.
gonna push back. This is the reason why the black woman does whatever she wants is because the person in power is allowing her to do whatever she wants. So she doesn't have to listen to you. You can't protect her. She's getting shot in the street. You can't do that. What I'm saying is, you saying that they could do whatever they want. No, they are following the program. Whoever created this program in the society, they're still following that program. So how come she could go against our program, but she's following that program? So if she could follow, who created that program she's following? We say that, oh, the Bangladesh women or whatever, because the men, the Bangladesh men and the Bangladesh woman, they all want to follow that program. That, oh, let me drive 3 bins, let me exploit people for natural resources. They all have those type of dreams. But if you're a man that wants to go against that, nah, these same women are gonna leave you right there where you at. That's how I believe. I'm not trying to say that, I'm not trying to die on my sword, like, or whatever. I'm not saying that, but I feel that, like the gentleman just said, I don't even think we need to have a seat at the power. We need to be the number one power. Until then, they don't have to respect you, because like you could, for example, you could go and tell a girl, oh, I don't want you to wear that dress. She'd be like, what? Word? All right. She's gonna go and date another guy who don't mind her wearing that dress. And this society is also with the over sexualize of the woman. Why should she listen to you as a black man who wanna dress modestly? The NOI, there's nothing righteous about those NOI people. Like Farrakhan's been in Chicago. Chicago got the most deadliest shooting of the black community. How is the NOI righteous while they killed Malcolm X? Let's not even talk about the NOI. But I'm just saying, my belief is that, yo, black women, it's just like when you see a lioness and a lion fighting. A lioness will always fight back against the lion, but the lion has to put her back into her space. A hyena can't put a lioness back into her space. We the men. But the problem is, we have somebody in front of our neck. You can't go tell the sister, hey, I want you to stay home while I go to work. She's like, what? I got a career. Who are you? She's already programmed by the programmer. Until we get that programmer out of the way, the sisters are gonna mingle with the white feminism and with the men in power. That's how I see it.
Lero in the chat says feminism isn't the result of black men being weak, but rather our communities being weak and plain selling out and individualistic. Richira X, I'm going to give you the last word on this prompt.
Yeah, I just wanted to add. I think this all goes back to both sides not understanding how vulnerable they are, because and also the forgetting that the enemy here is global white hegemony. Because that's what's killing us in the streets. Because then when you lose sight of that, and then you start going, you listen to white women, and their plight with their men, right? and not really study history and understand that while they were fighting the men, like, you know, you were nursing their babies, you know. And also really, I think, you know, one thing that doesn't get discussed enough, right, to give these women a different perspective is how, you know, indigenous society existed, and how they, you know, they dealt with interpersonal relationship. Because when you view things through Eurocentric views, then the black man becomes your enemy, right? And then you are at war with each other. But things never used to be that way. And the reason why they are the way they are currently, and I think the miseducation really goes deep to the point where you know, we are at war with each other, and we're missing, you know, the task at hand, which is, you know, global white hegemony, right? That's what our actual enemy is. And I think, you know, all of these little kind of different ideologies, it's literally just another tool to distract us from the actual enemy that we should be fighting. And it's working perfectly, really, because no one really wants to critically think anymore, right? Because once, what critical thinking does, it gives you, you know, it allows you to kind of look at different subjects and look at the nuances of it, and understand that you're just being used. But I think when we miss that part, then yeah, you just become a tool for the state to use against each other, really. And the status quo remain the same. You know, you remain under perpetual subjugation, and while thinking that you have solidarity with white women when you don't. And if we just go back in like, you know, vicious circle. So I think, you know, a way to break in this kind of circle is really understanding like history, your position, how you position within history, and what you're trying to achieve, and also just understanding the vulnerability of Black people, like in general, rather than dividing it along, you know, gender lines, because that never works.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
One of the things I was saying is that, yo, bro, freaking the boy that got killed in Cleveland got killed. What did black men do? What are we doing when our kids are getting murdered? So how could you ask for that? I'm not saying that what they doing is right or whatever, but let's look at ourselves. We're the man. We can't even protect our kids from walking down the street and the police killing them. We can't even do that. And we can't do that. We can't. How many black women got killed by the police? That serial rapist officer that was down south that raped like 20 a black woman while he was on the job. What did black men do? Ahmaud Audrey got killed. What do we do? It's not going crying, talk about let's love each other. Come on, man. Let's be honest. The muscles are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. You get what I'm saying?
I got you.
That's what I'm saying, man.
You know, I think we've discussed that one pretty well. That was Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. Let's do station ID break. We're halfway through the show. Let's do the station ID break, and on the other side, we'll be discussing Shoot the Breeze topic number 6.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-Black perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. what are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
All right. Thank you guys for tuning in tonight. I think Rachira X is going to hop off because it's pretty late where she is in the UK. Thank you for coming through, Rachira. I hope you'll come by again in the future. Okay,
Yes.
maybe.
Thanks for having me, guys. I'm jumping off now. Bye.
Okay. See you later. We're gonna make our way to Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Let everyone know you were here. Hit the like button. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is: has the white male finally discovered a way to dominate at athletics? This came with a link. Let's check it out. Hold on a second. Sorry, a little quick technical difficulty there. Let's do this again. Okay, now we got it. All right, let's watch and then we'll discuss.
Hi everybody, it's me Rachel for my second video, and this is going to just be another quick 1 to 2 minute video explaining something about a topic that I'm relatively knowledgeable on from personal experience, and that is being transgender. So for those of you who don't know, Leah Thomas is a transgender swimmer on the women's swim team at Penn State University, and she is dominating the women in the competition. And I think we know why. It's because she's just a beautiful, big, strong woman. No, I'm kidding. It's because Leah is transgender. In a recent Sports Illustrated article, Leah claimed the very simple answer is that I'm not a man. I'm a woman, so I belong on the women's team. That really, really struck me as an odd thing to say, because at the very least, Leah could be honest and just say, I am a transgender woman. I was born a man or male. I went through male puberty. I'm very big and tall and broad, and I have an advantage. And I still think I should play on the women's team. At least then Leah would be being honest. Now, the burden of proof is on Leah to prove that she is indeed a woman. And I don't think we're going to get that proof anytime soon. This is ideological in nature. It's not based in biology, and it just doesn't make any sense to combine ideology with sports. It makes no sense, because people are going to get screwed over, and they currently are, and there are a lot of angry women, and I'm sure most people actually don't agree with this. But the media would probably like you to think that anyone who disagrees with the fact that Leah Thomas is a woman is a transphobic Nazi KKK member, white supremacist. Yeah. So that's the end of my second video. I know it was very succinct and very short, but I think you understand where I'm coming from. And I just want people to know that there are a lot of logical people out there that think this is all BS and are just afraid to talk about it. But I'm not, because I'm a proud transgender woman, and trans women are women. Okay, bye.
Dear God. I'm sorry we lost Rachira, but looks like we gained Lero in the meantime. Kevin Correa, if you're there, has the white male finally discovered a way to dominate at athletics?
Well, as the saying goes, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. That's still a goddamn man with a dress on. No matter how you cut it, that's still a man. He was born with man biology, man testicles, man penis. I mean, you know what I'm saying. But I guess if you can't beat the black male, you gotta dress as a woman. Hey, it is what it is.
Gas them up. What say you?
Look, man, these people are they've they've transitioned themselves literally to a position of power and authority, to the point that one has to be very careful when speaking or dealing with them. All I will say is this: as I say, historically, African women had their women's associations. They still have them today. The market women and things of that nature, which many of these so-called educated African women who come to Europe and America are trying to get rid of. They think it's whatever. But my grandmother and would would laugh in my face and probably get my uncles and cousins to do some serious damage to me if I, put on a dress um, and an outfit and said I wanted to join her and her, sisters in the women's meeting. So that's all I can say about that.
Let's hear from Lero. Lero, what say you to this?
Okay, so this one is just like, you do have to tread carefully in what you say in regards to, the LGBT entirely, but especially like this trans thing coming up. One thing I saw that was concerning to me was as I was scrolling through Twitter this morning, one transgender person says that, oh, I'm now getting a period for the first time. I guess this is a result of their like estrogen medications that they're taking. And it's just like, it's psychotic. I mean, it's genuinely psychotic at this point. And I know, and like, I mean, it's been, but we are being like forced to just like accept like mental illness. Like, cause they'll tell you, I have body dysmorphia. Well, I mean, that's mental illness, you know what I mean? And it's like you have to accept their viewpoint and reality. I mean, it's just nonsense. But to be frank, like us as women, and especially like we just got on like feminists and stuff who kind of ally with these folk, us as women, like we failed to like step up and like draw the line and say like, hey, it's not okay. You're never going to understand what it's like to be a woman. You don't have a uterus. You'll never be able to give birth. What you're experiencing right now is side effects from your medication that you're not even supposed to be on. It's not a period at all. Like, and it's just it's insanity. But it's unfortunate that it's kind of like the slippery slope that we were going on. We've kind of slipped too far. And so now this nonsense is just going to keep getting worse. And like, there's almost little to nothing you can do about it, really, because these people like have power now, you know what I mean, in the sense like financially and whatnot. And it's like, I think it's utter nonsense, the whole just agenda entirely. Like, that's even why I joined, because I just had to say something, because it's madness. It is truly like we are accepting other people's like psychotic issues as true in reality. Like, you know what I mean? And on us as women, we've, failed on that part, and trying to be inclusive and accepting and allying with different groups and whatnot. We failed. I mean, just utterly. And this is the result, of those kind of things. So yeah, that's what I gotta say.
I guess Koku froze, but let me go since Koku froze. I sure.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. I was trying to ask a question actually. To Lero, do you think there's a cultural deficit somewhere? Somewhere in the culture, there's a deficit that allowed this type of way to kind of enter in now.
In our culture, in Black culture? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, because a lot of our Black women are accepting of this foolishness here as well.
Well, I mean, a lot of Black women accept feminism, and so that the feminists are like the main allies of the LGBT, like just by default. I can't name a feminist that isn't allied with LGBT. So, of course, you, like I said, it's on us as women and Black women who've accepted this nonsense for the sake of whatever. I don't know, because I can't relate. I don't understand it. But yeah, it's definitely a cultural thing.
Can I say something too?
Yeah, go ahead.
A lot of us were shamed, and with this cancel culture, oh, you don't agree with us, we're gonna shame you until you which until you agree. Remember, before this cancel culture, it was, oh, if a black man said something or a black woman said something, we got to force them to apologize, or we just end their careers.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we're so accepting. We have to get off this garbage at this point. We have to get off it.
Zuli dropped off, but Mr. Untouchable, I think you wanted to say something earlier.
No, what I would have to say about this is it's interesting. I study the white male, and I study the black male and female and all these other things. But it's interesting what the white male is willing to do to win. You know what I mean? As far as the game of competition and different things. But it's interesting the extent that he is willing to go to win. You know, and it's not to suggest that we shouldn't be as competitive and take all the ropes off and just be willing to do anything to win. But we should also have a competitive spirit as well, and trying to win. Not do this extreme thing. I wouldn't go this far, but it's just the idea of competing and winning. You know what I mean? His mindset and trying to do that. It's interesting the extent he's willing to go. But I would say this: even if the white male gets froggy and wants to even run in the Olympics against the Jamaican women, Shelly Ann Fraser them, he'll still lose. So he might run away from Usain Bolt, but if he get in the competition with Shelly Ann Fraser, he gonna still lose.
Jay, did we hear from you on this?
Well, there's something coming to surface that I usually mention in the feminist in the shadow of feminism, and that's commerce. I totally forgot it in the previous topic about feminism, and because feminists buy their lifestyle, it's and they have bred this sick generation of confused people, and they are also a commercial win for this commercialized society, right? The Carlin, the comedian, already touched it, right? The right to buy. We now buy stuff. It's about buying, and this LGBTQ community. What underlines their existence is what they buy. They buy tits, they buy a dick, they buy two homosexual ICT guys can now marry each other, and that household is worth a lot. These people like to travel and go on vacation and meet new assholes. I'm sorry. But you know where I'm coming from, or where I'm going to.
Yes.
They buy their lifestyle, they buy their image. They everything is bought, and that's bought in the most broad significance of the word bought. They are fooled by themselves and by their feminist mothers. Wait. Let me add something. When I was in school, right? About what is it? 11, 10. The divorcing was being pushed and sold to us at the grammar school, right? And I already saw it as something commercial. I saw fathers buy their children with lots of toys, and I saw mothers buy their children with a lot of toys, right? Buying the favor of the children, and I saw double households. I saw double children's rooms. I heard those stories of classmates of divorced parents, and they got all kinds of stuff from both parents, right? Both parents were trying to buy their favors, and both parents had a household. You know, both parents had a living room with a TV, and everything was bought double, and at that age, I saw it already as something commercial, and now you got these super commercial, this super commercial generation of LGBTQ. That's my thought on it.
Yeah, sum up. I'll give you the last word on this topic.
No, Jay just hit a very excellent and profound point. It definitely this the system. I think we touched on that documentary last week or 2 weeks. The Century of the Self, and how the system promotes this concept of self and this individual that's disembedded from their communal ties. Like there's always this argument about like Amish girls in America, and they say, oh, they need to be given a choice. But the minute you give them a choice, you no longer make them Amish, because being Amish means you don't have the choice. You're already born into that system, in that worldview. So I think, going off what Jay says, it really proves that it goes down to population control and biopower and then the cybernetics type of thing. And what their eventual goal is to reduce the black population, especially in America. I mean, when you look at people have been saying, I think the black population probably at 20 something million, it's been reducing drastically. They keep saying, oh, 30 million. I think that's hogwash, because that number has stayed the same since 1960. Since 1960, they've said there's 30 million African Americans in the United States of America. It has not increased. It hasn't budged. That's impossible. So there's something going on there. And again, it's our community that's being promoted this lifestyle to consume certain things and engage in certain things. So it really is some scary stuff in my opinion. But it's
I like
population
to
control.
I like to add to that. This past week, new school books were released, and that's for the grammar school, and that's of course LGBTQ. So from I don't know, I believe from 6 or 7 years old, the children here in the Netherlands are going to be taught in school books that they have a choice what sex they have, and guess what race the illustrations in those books were. Guess it.
Of course, it's black.
I also think it was the reason why the population is stagnating right now in the States is because of the ruling of Roe v. Wade. I think that is something also to be considered too, with the stagnating population of the black community in North America. I think that a lot of our population in that geographical area was aborted. If I'm being completely frank and honest with you, and you're talking since that ruling into the tens of millions of people, who probably would have been adults today and would have added to the population of black population in North America. So I think that not only homosexuality, but I think with that ruling, I think that had a little to do with it as well.
All right. I think we can move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is coming up. So topic number 7 is I am very happy black people of the world are coming together. We need these white vampires gone. This prompt came with an article, if I remember correctly. One second. Right. So this is the article that came with this prompt. It says, William and Kate, protesters demand apology and reparations for Britain's slaving past as royal couple arrives in Jamaica. The Caribbean nation is hosting the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge for 2 days. However, the plans have angered some who say they are still waiting for an apology and slavery reparations. We see some protesters here holding up signs, go back home. William and Kate will celebrate the culture and history of the island, where there have been calls from politicians in recent years for Jamaica to drop the Queen as head of state and become a republic, and for a formal acknowledgement of slavery. Anti-colonial sentiment have been growing across the Caribbean against the background of the Black Lives Matter movement, which has inspired many around the globe to campaign for equality. Protesters gathered outside the British High Commission in Kingston with one placard held by a little girl reading, quote, "Kings, queens, and princesses and princes belong in fairy tales, not in Jamaica," end of quote. A royal source said the Duke was aware of the protest and was expected to acknowledge the issue of slavery in a speech on Wednesday night during a dinner hosted by the Governor General of Jamaica. Opal Adisa, a retired professor in her 60s, is a gender specialist and human rights advocate who works with Advocates Network, a coalition of Jamaican politicians, business leaders, doctors, and musicians, and was taking part in the protest. She said Kate and William are beneficiaries, so they are in fact complicit because they are positioned to benefit specifically from our ancestors, and we're not benefiting from our ancestors. The luxury and the lifestyle that they have had and that they continue to have, traipsing all over the world for free with no expense, that is a result of my great-great-grandmother and grandfather, their blood and tears and sweat. She joined calls for an apology and said the monarchy should provide economic social reparation, such as building us proper hospitals, providing and making sure that our children are educated to college level, and making sure land is equally distributed. Ms. Adisa said an apology is the first step towards healing and reconciliation. She added, we don't have anything personally against Kate and Prince William, and even the Queen for that matter, but we're simply saying you've done wrong, and it is way past time that you admit that you've done wrong, and when you do, redressing it. The fact that our government is spending money to help provide security and finance for the Duke and Duchess, who are wealthy, is outrageous. It's criminal. Because the Caribbean is fed up. The same thing happened in Belize. We're just saying enough is enough. We've been quiet. We have been nice. Enough is enough. Let's deal with this racism and this discrimination. It comes after the Advocates Network wrote an open letter detailing 60 reasons why the monarchy should compensate Jamaica to mark the country's 60th anniversary of independence. Meanwhile, it has been reported that Mark Golding, the opposition leader, intends to tell the royals during their visit many Jamaicans want an apology from the monarchy for its role in transporting people from Africa to the Caribbean. William and Kate will stay in Jamaica until Thursday when they depart for the Bahamas. Earlier in the tour, there was opposition from villagers in Belize who cited a range of issues, including objections to the Cambridge's helicopter landing site, which forced a visit to a cacao farm to be canceled. It was replaced with a visit to the chocolate producer before the couple traveled to the cultural center of the Garifuna community in Hopkins. Before they left, the couple posted social media videos of them diving off with sharks of the Belize coast following a private invitation by the country's government to see the conservation work on the world's second largest barrier reef. All right, all that reading, right, to underscore this topic of William and Kate, these UK royals, so to speak, visiting Jamaica and the people of Jamaica demanding reparations. The prompt says, I am very happy Black people of the world are coming together. We need these white vampires gone. Or Zuliism is in the chat. He said 85% of these people were watching the rural royal wedding. So please, let's start with Lero. Lero, what say you to this?
Well, based on the prompt, it's talking about we need these white vampires gone, but in the article it mentions things like an apology and reparations. You know, I know I got a bit controversial opinions on whole like reparations and things like that. I mean, just anybody with knowledge of the history of Africans, you know, in the Americas, what type of reparation is going to be able to reconcile, you know, what was done. So I think it's kind of pathetic, and it's sad that we see that that's even an option. What can reconcile genocide, enslavement, chattel slavery, that dehumanization? Because I mean, you can't even like analogize it to an individual level, but even if I didn't, nobody could do those type of things to my family and I go and I want blood money from you, or I want, you know, a check, some land, I want this. No, we don't, you know, the fact. And that's one thing too, because in the article it mentioned a lot of inspiration was drawn from the Black Lives Matter movement. I'm gonna just be honest, you know, paying attention to what, you know, Black Americans are doing politically to the rest of the Black world. And this is as a Black American myself, paying attention to what we're doing politically as your like motivation behind your politics is dangerous. Like it's not good. I'm not saying I'm against reparations and whatnot. You know, I think it's a good thing that, you know, these islands want to become republics, but for that to be like your main goal politically is for reparations and for an apology. And what next? You know, people's politics start and ended reparations. It's reparations, then what? Then nothing. You know, everything's smooth and gravy. And I'm just not getting with that, you know, and I'm really kind of hardlined on the whole like reparations thing to me. I mean, I think these are like good steps, and I think some of the propaganda can be beneficial in like waking up some of the masses to like understand, you know, dynamics and how they got into their situations. But this can't be like our main focus, like politically, because it's dependent on your enemies, the same people you hate, to somehow resolve you. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, these are gods, and I firmly believe that too many of us see these folks as gods. Like, what do you need an apology from them for? Like, you know what I mean? I don't know, you know. So, but a lot of people say, you know, that's bogus because there's a long history of reparation. That's nice, I understand. Personally, it's just a little shallow to me. You know, it sounds good, but I just, you know, I think it needs to be more, you know, way more. But yeah, so
let's mix it up a little bit. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
No, first, the article is a Sky News article, so this is a British publication. So they got a whole lot of things wrong in this article, because the reparations argument in the Caribbean didn't start with Black Lives Matter. It's a very old argument in the Caribbean, much older than the organization of Black Lives Matter. That's ridiculous. But I would say this, you know, Urzuli is right, you know, and if I'm being honest, a whole lot of people still look to these monarchs as people to be looked at and respected. He says 85%. Well, let me say this, you know, that's progress, because it used to be 100%. It used to be 100%. So I mean, 15%, that's progress. I would say that. I really would say that. And I would agree with the sister Lero, you know, at this point in time in asking for an apology, I think is ridiculous. But as we know, you know, they stopped short. Well, the British publications would say apology, because, you know, you don't have, there's no legal implications for just apologizing. You have to go a step further than just saying I'm sorry, admitting the wrong and things of that nature. Then you have legal implications from that, which means it kind of ties the hands of the UK government to really respond legally in the courts. So that's why this publication says apology, but it's really a little bit further than that. But they want to just kowtow and just limit it to that. You know, I would also say this: nothing happens in the Caribbean without the complicity of the political leadership in these countries, nothing happens. So the fish is sometimes is rot from the head. You know, the people on the ground may not necessarily see these people or have the hero worship and what we have with these people, if not for, but for, you know, by the sponsorship and complicity of our leadership. And we are a lot of us are, not me, but a lot of us are directed, you know, based off what our political leadership does. You know, if Jamaica wants to become a republic, what is stopping them? They want to remain in the Commonwealth. You know, Barbados left. At least they already have their foot out of the door. You know, Jamaica had so-called claimed independence from since 1963. You mean to tell me that they couldn't decide to become a republic as yet, and Barbados did it, and they had their independence after the fact? Come on, man! It's the complicity of the leaders who are in charge, who is really at the helm of this nonsense. You know, the so-called royals, as if they're the only royals that exist in the world. No African royals, but the so-called royals that they're in the Bahamas right now, and they're on ZNS. Well, they're on our national television. They're airing it like these people. Why? They are human beings like me. You know what I mean? Why if we are supposed to be a country of democracy, why are we worshiping a monarchy? Why are we still looking at a monarchy if this is supposed to be a democratic society? These questions have different kind of political implications. They have to stop short of saying sorry because of the legal implications that are involved. But like I say, nothing happens in these so-called West Indian islands without the complicity of our political leadership. That's where I am with that.
Yeah, sum up. What say you?
Well, I mean, you know, it's I think we have to understand power. You know, I think they say power doesn't concede anything. You know, you have to take power. There's a brutality, you know, that 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 power comes with. You know, people like Machiavelli who failed. Actually, people don't even realize. You know, he failed in the court, in the European court, and he wrote his book after you know, while he was in exile, to say, you know, he should have been more ruthless and things of that nature. You know, so power is something that you have to take. You have to have a ruthlessness to you in order to take quote unquote power the way the Europeans present power. So asking these people, please apologize, please. I don't see how that puts you in a position of power. Um, so I'm hoping that one day people can realize that these people are not as important, you know, as they say they are. So, like Mr. Untouchable just said, the so-called royals, they're the only royalty and all this other crap. To be honest, you know, this is why most of our, you know, Zuli said 85% of people, you know, watching their wedding. You should have seen so many black women were sending me emails. Oh, it's a black girl who's gonna marry the guy and the black woman in the royal household. And I'm just like, man, why do you people care about this guy? You know, so I don't know what to tell our people. I think the last thing I'll say is Lero's point. I think Lero has a very, very interesting spiritual philosophical point to say that we cannot put a you know, we can't quantify um, abuse in that manner. You know, and I think that's an argument to be said. Now, I'm not telling anyone if the government says, "Hey, tomorrow, listen, here's some checks for you," you know, take the checks and go build, you know, do something positive. But there's no way that any government of from the West can ever truly atone for its sins done to black people, indigenous people who were here on this land, who were, you know, slaughtered, genocide happened to them. So I don't think there's any way they can atone for that. And even if they did give out a check, knowing the way the system works. I mean, look at, like I gave this example last week. Look at what they've done. They gave away so-called stimulus checks, and now they purposely have allowed inflation to go up to 7%. Never in the history. We've had all kind of wars, World War II, all kind of terrible things have happened, and we've never seen inflation hit 7%, other than during the 70s. But all of a sudden, we have 7% inflation in the United States, which is a way to tax, it's effectively a tax to get the money back, So I don't know. I'd be very, very skeptical if they ever gave out a check. What would happen to the prices of things?
Yep. Jay, what say you?
I say the sister blew me away. It's for the first time that I hear someone in the United States actually saying what I think happens outside of the United States. I believe blacks in the United States are being used. So the sister said it's dangerous for other blacks to follow black American choices or something in that vicinity, and I see us, and when I say us, I'm a born African, and at this moment I am in African. But right now, when I say us, I mean us in Europe. We follow black Americans by the letter. By the letter. Today I had a long conversation with Gaston, and there I mentioned that in the Netherlands we buried the N-word, just like African Americans were burying the N-word, and we follow black Americans as if it is a script, and we our heroes are Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Huey P. Newton. I mean, name them all. In February, it's Black History Month, and we just name them all. And I'm like, I'm Cape Verdean, and Amilcar Cabral, he goes deeper than a lot of African Americans,
True.
and African Americans could learn something of him too, and I dream of African Americans being our Trojan horse. So Cape Verdeans have a story. Cape Verdeans in combination with Guinea-Bissau, and if African Americans would launch that story from their launching pad, the whole world would receive the message, as black Americans are used as the token blacks, like this is how black should be, or this is what being black is, right? And everybody copies that. So if black Americans take the story of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde and tell it to the world in February, and Mozambique, Samora Marshall, right? And take that story and tell it to the world, right? And then we would recognize and know of each other, that we have survived. Blacks all over. It's not only black Americans, because I hear a lot. Yeah, Africans are not built like us, right? Africans are not built like us. We are fighters. And I'm like, yeah, of course. How many colonial wars have you won? But that reaction is triggered because of ignorance, right? Ignorance could be eliminated if black Americans were our Trojan horse, and we would know that we all are fighters. We haven't succumbed. And it's touched earlier in this show. We haven't succumbed like the what was the Bangladesh the Bangladesh male and female. We haven't given up. We are still fighting everywhere where we are, right? but this token Negro that white media has made out of our Black American brothers is um, um, it's like processed food and natural food, right? We are still natural, but this image of the African American is the processed food. Do you understand where I'm going? Where I'm going to?
Yes, sir.
I'm very visual, right? When I speak, but I hope people can follow me. Um, yeah, African Americans are, um, if we do it right, you know, if African Americans understand the responsibility of being the leader, right, then we the rest of the Black world could give African Americans the leadership as the Trojan horse, right? Because you're not specifically the leader, but as the whole world is how do you call it, cognitive, cognitively. Let me rape the Queen's English. Cognitively, the rest of the Black world follows the African American. So the African American is the leader, right? But the leader, what I see happening is that there's a sort of we are better
Right.
reflex. But I wish that African Americans would understand that leadership is responsibility. So the responsibility of telling all these different stories and thus making us all aware that we have a self, in the Netherlands, the dominant Black is the Suriname, right? And so every 1st of July, when the end of slavery is being celebrated, it's a mostly Suriname event. While there's always also the Dutch Caribbeans, right? But the Netherlands is just as well a melting pot. Americans are made to think that America is the melting pot, but practically all European nations are melting pots because they all have pulled in immigrant working force. So the Netherlands, the dominant Black identity in the Netherlands is the Suriname, but there are almost as much people from the Dutch Antilles in the Netherlands, but there's also many other African descent or Africans in the Netherlands, right? So what do we see in the Netherlands? We see the Suriname acting as the African American of the Netherlands, right? So there's also an elite type of reflex, the same elite type of reflex that African Americans have over the world. We see that in the Netherlands. We see the Suriname in the same type of role towards other Blacks, right? So this model of the African American, if we what I'm trying to say is we should and could be more conscious, and consciousness, where we feel in our consciousness is the responsibility factor. We see consciousness as a sort of a competition. I am more conscious as you.
Let me hear from Lero about that, because you've said it a few times. Of the Blacks, or the Black equals Africans in America being the Trojan horse and taking on that responsibility. Lero, what do you say to that?
Yes.
I think I would counter that question with taking on the responsibility of what exactly?
Of telling the stories of
the image of the global to give us our image back. You know, I, I'm I, I may be somewhat more aware of propaganda, so I see this happening. But my fellow Cape Verdeans in the Netherlands, we are, you know, we are only into Cabral the 24th the 21st the 21st of January and the 5th of July. You know, 21st is when Amigo Cabral was murdered, and the 5th of July is when we got our independence. Only on those 2 days we are Cabralistas, as we call it ourselves. The rest of the year we are Malcolm X.
Okay, Lara.
Right. I think in theory it sounds absolutely great, and I think there would be a lot of advantages that would come, with us, propagandizing other stories and whatnot and other struggles. The thing is, though, is that we don't even properly, propagandize our own struggles. Because we don't own media, so we're not able to produce our own media. We're just, media is owned by the whites, so whatever they allow and whatever is acceptable to them is what's going to be represented. And I feel like that's one of our biggest problems as Blacks in America, and why we can't move forward from or divest from all the assimilation and integration type narratives, is because we're being propagandized through white media of our own internal struggles. So until we as Black Americans can combat that aspect for ourselves, I don't see how we can have that kind of revolutionary potential for the rest of the world. I mean, I think little things can be done, but as far as it having such a huge revolutionary impact, I'm not sure that would happen, because I'm not sure it'd be allowed. That's my opinion.
In the chat, Azuliism says Haiti has asked for reparations since 1991. Mr. Untouchable, I think you want to say something, but then we have to go to Kevin Carre, who we have not heard from.
Okay, I'll wait until Kevin.
Kevin Carre, what say you to this?
Yeah, the thing is, I'm the one that submitted the article, but when I submitted it, I had thought about something. You and I had the conversation about what I'm going to say, the second part of this, but you're leaving one slave master and going straight to another. That's the problem we got to worry about. What are we going to do after we get, we separate? The other part with this reparation thing, let's say they do in theory give Black people reparations. They can the next day say, hey, man, we gave you money. Guess what? We're changing the currency now.
Right.
Yeah, but I digress.
Right. Mr. Untouchable.
Yeah, I personally, I have a different view from Jay. I don't think that African Americans should speak for the Black world. I think the Black world is fully capable of speaking for themselves, and I think that with the invention of social media, you're hearing different voices from the diaspora that you'd never necessarily heard before, and I think that our voices are just as valid as anyone else's voices. A good idea and leadership don't necessarily, it's not restricted to geological locations. Sometimes this is why Marcus Garvey could come from Jamaica and have a footprint in North America, even though he was a North American. So I think that to just to give your allegiances to, and let me also say this, I listen to, I'm on these YouTube streets a lot, and it's not to say that everyone is on these YouTube streets, but from what I could hear, and I don't speak for Black Americans, let me just put that out there, and this is not a slight against them. I'm against Black Americans, but from what I could perceive, Black Americans don't recognize themselves as African. As a matter of fact, a lot of them will tell you they're not African. And I take a bit of an issue with that, because I hear it so many times in so many different platforms. So I mean, I just, for me, I just think that the Black world should really speak for themselves. I think that we have our own perspective on different world affairs, and I think that you could garner leadership, you could garner strategy, you could garner intelligence from different places of the world, not just North America, because they're in the situation that they're in. Because it seems to me, and I could be wrong about this, but it seems to me where I essentially find the direction of where Black American, or in mass, not the people who are outside the scope I'm talking about, but in mass, it seems to me that they have ideas of integrationism. You know, they eternally want to be integrated into a white system, and I think that that's not necessarily beneficial for the Black world, especially when they're trying to define themselves in and of themselves. You know, not as some caricature, or not as some white male or white female. You know, I'm not that. I'm never gonna be that. You know, I'm happy to have a Caribbean diction. You know, and when you allow other people to speak for you, I see this image of Miss Cleo. You know, call me now with a Jamaican accent, and this is well, she was a Black American person given a caricature of a Caribbean person. That doesn't speak for me. So I think that could be dangerous. You know, that could be very dangerous, man. And that's why I say that the Black world, with the invention of social media, should be permitted and to speak for themselves. You know what I mean? To speak for themselves and let who wanna back. It is what it is. But that's where I am with that. You know.
May I react on that?
Yes, go ahead.
You just mentioned where you just mentioned why from where this thought comes from, because the Black American has been used to teach all of us to be integrationists, right? I believe that the Black American has been used to create the Black American version of the American dream. So the Black American dream has been sold to us, and that's how we landed in Europe, for example, and that's how we landed in the United States as immigrants, right? That's that same force, and that's what I mean with Trojan horse. That same propaganda force can be used to send us back, right? To tell us who you know, create an African dream. Let me give an example. There are YouTube repatriates. Most of them are kind of shady, right? They are are Americans migrating to Africa. It doesn't look like Africans returning to Africa, right? But I want to give one example that I like, and that's the Black Acres of the Gambia, right? Ricky and I don't want to use how he calls his wife. Anyway, the Black Acres of the Gambia, they are selling, in my eyes, they are selling an African dream, right? So yeah, the world looks, the Black world looks at Black Americans, but what if Black Americans started to be successful in on the continent, right? Blacks all over the world would follow their footsteps. Blacks in Europe would follow the footsteps. Oh, let's go back to Africa, because look at Black Acres of the Gambia, look at XYZ. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the only thing I would say to that is there are Caribbean there are Caribbean people moving back to Africa, brother. I mean, they've been moving back to Africa and they've been wildly successful as well. It's not to suggest that are not motivated by the actions of African Americans, but I'm saying that, you know, that it is very dangerous when that is the only voice out here.
Yeah, but
as far as,
we have learned to look at African Americans and not at Caribbeans.
Well,
Can
I mean,
add a point in this.
Go ahead.
The reason why I say that it is so dangerous is because, I mean, there's no, as Black Americans, we're not at all on one accord, you know, and from an identity aspect, first and foremost. And I think that's so important because, like, you got other cultures who like have sound identities, you know, not saying we don't have a sound identity, we do, but in a a root base. Like, unfortunately, I was one who grew up in a family where, like, we had a solid sense of African identity. Like, hell, we were reciting Yoruba proverbs in church. Like, we knew where we came from. That's who we were. But to say that all African Americans feel like that, no. Some think they're Indians, some think they're Moors, some think, I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
it's really like that. It's
I
really
understand all
like
of that.
that. And so,
But let
as with the
me
people who struggle with an identity, I just think it's a bit dangerous for them to be the spokesperson. And I think we as African Americans would benefit more if we listen to the rest of the rest of the Black world. That's where we would
let me
go.
let me clarify, because I'm afraid I'm starting to sound as a fanboy of African Americans. Where what I'm leaning on is the power of propaganda. That's all. I'm not. It's not the. I understand the dangers of because the black world is already confused by what is propagated until now. So yeah, you also have Caribbeans calling themselves Indian. You have African nations, for example, my nation, and we have all types of excuses, like we know we're not African, we're mixed, you know. So there's a lot of danger into it, but what I'm pointing at is the application of propaganda. That's actually all, you know. It's not about the African American per se. It's not about African American culture, but it's about the application of propaganda. So how Black Americans have been used in American propaganda, we could take it out of their hands, out of white Americans' hands, and use it in our advantage. No matter who is the Trojan horse, but that propaganda machine must be applicable in our advantage. That's the core of what I'm trying to say. Because I'm afraid I'm starting to sound like an African American fanboy. I'm not.
All right. Any last words from anyone here? Gas them up. You sent hold on seconds. Gas them. You sent a link about concerning Nigeria. Um is there something in particular you wanted to share from that link
We
with
can
the
touch on
folks?
it towards the end in the bonus if we
Okay.
have the time and opportunity. But all
Okay.
I wanted to say is I've been listening intensely to both sides, and I think everyone has made some excellent points. All I'll just sprinkle on top is to say that um, even with propaganda, I think that that's a great play. Um, but moving back to Africa for African Americans, I think would rob them of the black identity and would force them to have to choose an African identity, which would most likely mean they would have to blend in with the culture that they choose, that's nearest to them. That might not go over so well, as we can see with like Liberia and Sierra Leone.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine. As we can see with like Liberia and Sierra Leone, and I was on I was on a different platform, and people want to gloss over things. Not excusing what the native Africans from Liberia did, but people have to acknowledge what the mentality that the American Liberians did in many ways was the antithesis of being African. And I've always been pushing that for people to say, hey, listen, don't let these fancy rich Africans who you catch in New York at the UN meeting deceive you. They hate their own people back home too. And you know, I call them pseudo ADOS. They're pretty much a bunch of pseudo ADOS. So and then it's unpopular, but I'm going to say it. It is what it is. There's also that part that a lot of African Americans and they're coons in Africa. So I'm not making excuses, but a lot of African Americans who have gone back to Africa are agents of the state. You know, there's documented proof after proof after proof of just working with nefarious government agencies. So that's another thing, you know, going back to Africa to do what? You know, so that's all I'll add to that.
All right. Mr. Untouchable, I think you want to say something?
No, I was just gonna say it's all love. It's all love, Jose, man. Regardless of whatever opinion you have, it's all love, bro. It's all love.
All right. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8. And again, if you're out there and you want to jump on the panel, you can do so, no problem. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 is what's going on at the Phoenix plantation. What's going on at the Phoenix plantation? Let me share this link with you guys. 1 second. All right, so we're going to watch this video, and then we'll discuss the prompt as it relates to the video afterwards.
Tell you one of the most toxic workplaces in America. The quotes are stunning. They're almost unbelievable. It's about one of the best teams in basketball, it's the Phoenix Suns, and their owner, Robert Sarver. You're looking at Robert Sarver right there. Now, wait till you see the things that he is alleged to have said, let alone the things that his employees say. And to me, the most stunning was not just over the top racism and sexism, we're gonna give you the quotes, but what his own human resources department says. It is unbelievable. So, it's back in the news now because the National Action Network, led by Al Sharpton, is saying, hey, are we ever gonna do anything about this? Because the NBA started an investigation in November, and then as usual, never did anything about it because he's one of the owners. And so they don't really want to do anything. They've been dragging their feet. So good on Al Sharpton's organization for bringing that back. There's actually a lot of good folks working on it, and they're doing the campaign hashtag Sack Sarver. Now, I'm gonna tell you, there it is, okay? You're gonna wanna participate in a second after you hear what he has been up to. So let me start you out with some quotes here to give you a sense of how bad it was. One former female employee said about working for the Phoenix Suns, "It breaks you. I'm hard to break, and it broke me." Another former female employee told ESPN, working there, quote, "It wrecked my life. I was contemplating suicide." Holy cow. Okay, did I mention hashtag Sack Sarver? Okay, yeah, there it is. Now, let me give you some context, and then I'll give you more devastating quotes. ESPN did this investigation, and they did a brilliant job of it. It's one of the best investigative pieces I've seen. They say current and former Suns employees told ESPN that Sarver is known to say he is, quote, brutal to work for, a line he has repeated over the years, even in job interviews. Sarver has told executives that they were paid a lot of money to put up with my crap. So even he admits that he is very tough to work for. Now you're gonna be tough to work for, and but be within the bounds, right? And then he gives some character references. ESPN goes to talk to them, and they're all like, he is demanding, hard to work for, but good. By the way, almost all of them currently still work for him, and to some degree have to say that, okay? So I'm gonna get to his explanation as well, but basically you can tell at a bare minimum, very difficult to work for. Now you're gonna see it's way beyond that, okay? But he himself admits it with some of these quotes. If one current business operations employee told ESPN, if the commissioner comes in and investigates to see what the F is going on in Phoenix, he would be appalled. That is a current business operations employee of the Phoenix Suns, okay? He's saying, commissioner, please come investigate. It's a nightmare in here, right? So what would he find? Well, he would find things like this. Now there's allegations of Sarver using the N-word countless times. If I got into it, the ESPN story is about 20 pages long. It'd take an hour to go through it, okay? But I'm gonna give you one quote here that ends the conversation just on its own. Apparently Sarver, when saying that he was gonna hire a black coach instead of a white coach, well, that sounds good. He's hiring a black coach instead of a white coach. In fact, it was Lindsey Hunter over Dan Marley back in 2013. Well, here was his explanation internally why he did that. These N-words need an N-word, and he did not say N-word. He did not say N-word. He said the actual word. On that alone, what are we? We're still having a conversation. This is Donald Sterling level. So
can I actually jump in?
Yeah.
Sorry, Jake. How is it that this has been going on for so long, and there seem to have been no consequences? Whereas with Donald Sterling, as soon as his mistress came out with allegations, it seemed like, it started that domino effect, and he was out.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of things. One, it was. There was tapes, there were so many tapes. There's also a lot of overwhelming evidence in this case. But when people hear it with their own ear, they go, oh, okay, that's it, right? And so, but that's the smaller part of it. Look, everything's about politics, man. And Sterling lost the political battle inside the NBA. Whereas apparently a lot of the owners look at this and go, not so bad.
Par for the course.
Right, and the most important part, guys, is media attention. The Sterling case with the Clippers got tons of media attention, partly because TV and radio could play the tapes over and over again. In this case, it hasn't gotten enough media attention. ESPN did a great job. That's why I think Sharp Does Network bringing this back up is terrific. Okay, so I'm glad that somebody else is saying, you know what, enough's enough. Is the NBA ever going to do anything about this? So again, that quote is so devastating. But wait till you get to the women. Okay, so but keeping on that same theme. Sarver apparently told one of his employees when he saw him, do I own you? Are you one of mine? So several employees recalled separate instances in which Sarver referred to staffers and players as, quote, inventory.
Oh my God.
Okay.
It just keeps getting worse.
Yeah. Yes, by the way, we're not even halfway through. Wait till you hear the last quotes. Okay, so now more context. More than a dozen employees recalled Sarver making lewd comments in all staff meetings, including discussing times when his wife would perform oral sex on him. 4 former employees said that in several all staff meetings, Sarver claimed he needed to wear Magnum or extra large condoms. Former employees said he asked players about their sex lives and the sexual prowess of their significant others. Guys, this is dozens of employees. Overall, ESPN talked to 70 current and former employees. This is not a one-off. By the way, guys, again, context is important here. Every once in a while at any organization, 1 or 2 people will come out and go, oh yeah, it's a toxic workplace environment. I heard of a story of this one employee who was white said, people are mispronouncing my name, so it's toxic. Well, I got news for you, sister. Based on that, I've been discriminated against thousands, maybe millions of times, right? So there are absurd cases from time to time. This ain't one of them. This is nuclear. This is almost a textbook definition of toxic workplace. So here we go, more. He's one former Suns basketball operations staffer said, I was there for a long time. I didn't even get fired. If that gives you any context, I left on my own. There's no reason to be miserable every day anymore. Now, one former female employee said, especially with the younger girls, I felt like I was abandoning them. And so I wasn't happy when it was hard. And so I was happy when I learned all of them are out of there. It's so bad, especially for female employees, that a female employee feels bad leaving because she's leaving her comrades behind to be brutalized by this guy. Hashtag sack Sarver. This is outrageous. I've never seen anything like this. Again, we haven't even gotten to HR yet. Wait till you get to those quotes. Here's another current Suns executive. When I went to a psychologist, I cried a bucket of tears. And it's like that with a lot of us. It's just sad. Okay, now we go to HR. They say, that is a standard in our company. If something happens, don't go to HR. Okay, on that quote alone, you know the place is nuclear level toxic.
Yeah,
okay.
where HR runs interference on behalf of the owner rather than looking out for the best interests of the employees.
100%, but don't take our word for it and don't take so-called aggrieved employees. There's 70 of them, there's 70 of them, okay? You're gonna hear from HR itself in a second, okay? But here's one more, here's a former HR representative right now, okay? This is the quote. There were some times where I told people, You know, I'm not going to tell you this on the record, and we need to go out into the parking lot or someplace, but I think you should sue. I'm not sure I've ever seen that, where human resources says, don't come in here, go to the parking lot, and please sue this place. I've never seen it, never seen it. That's stunning. Hashtag Saxarver. Okay, here's another former HR representative. I would hope that they would sue because I knew they would get money. So whenever we would see the claims come in, I would just be like, well, at least that person's gonna get some money. Because human resources knew that everybody in the building deserved money for the abuse that Sarver was heaping on them. And for his
all right, I guess we get the gist of the story there. I honestly lost track of time just now. What's going on at the Phoenix Suns plantation? We heard this story. I just want to point out something that they said towards the end there, that a lot of, particularly black folks working, in this system, in the workplace, don't understand is that HR is there to protect the owner. HR is not there to protect you or to help you get some gain in your claims. HR is there to run interference for the owner. That's what it is. Jay, what say you to this story?
What's happening? This is also happening in Dutch media. In Dutch media also, these umbrella soccer organizations has been there has been I mean, people sending female employees dick pics and those type of things, So what I'm asking is, why now worldwide? I mean, so this is happening in the United States too. That was my initial reaction, and not about the racist part, but the sexist part, right? So people sending female employees dick pics, taps on the ass. What's happening? What's up? What's up with the media? Is my question. That's my reaction. My reaction is this question: what's up? What's happening? Are we supposed to? Is this distraction from something? Are we? Is this a global programming? What's happening? Why is this happening in the Netherlands and in the United States? And I don't know if it's also happening in Germany, Belgium, France, the United Kingdom, but me living in the Netherlands, for me it's a what the fuck moment.
Gas them up. What say you to this?
I will say that anything that typically comes from Al Sharpton, I'm touching it with a 10-foot pole. I always find it interesting, the selective outrage on white people. But the guy sounds like a scumbag. He's rich. I mean, he feels very entitled. He owns the world. What rich white man doesn't feel that way? But I wanted to just say, this is why in other cultures the women are told to stay home, not because of any abuse, patriarchy, or any crap like that, or they have a family business and the woman works in the family business, which is what I think every man should strive to do as best as we can, because even in Africa and Nigeria, I mean, this type of stuff goes on where the university lecturers tell the female students, hey, listen, if you give me a good time, you get good grades. This type of quid pro quo nonsense occurs. There was recently a banker in Nigeria. It was a big scandal. The head of one of the banks, he had to resign because his female, one of his women co-workers, he's the head of the bank. I think she was another executive, but she's married to a man. She has 2 kids, and it came to light that her boss, who's the managing director of the bank, is the father of the 2 children. then her husband killed himself. So it was a big issue. And you know, this is why I say, man, I can understand why some of these cultures say no. We want to keep our women at home or keep them in a family business where they can be around men who are related to them or men who we trust and we vetted and they're around other women to keep themselves safe from these type of prying eyes. I personally think men and women should not be working together, and I know it may sound terrible and sexist, but I don't think men and women should be working together. The room for error is just too great and too high. And I'll end with this is part of the issues I have with those who want to bring this development stuff to these African places or to these other so-called non-developed places, because when you're a poor man and you're on your farm and you're busting your butt and you're trying your best and your woman makes do what you can bring. Now some white feminist comes and says, oh, he's oppressing you, come go to school and now when your daughter's in that boarding school and she's being abused by other women or another male, and then she goes to university and another man tells her he needs to sleep with her for good grades, and then she is at the workforce and she has to cheat on her husband, or she immigrates to Europe or America, and so it look, I don't know, I just think that men and women should not be working in together. I think women, I can understand now when you see behavior like this. Just imagine if your wife had to work for that type of guy, and your wife has to hear about extra large condoms and all this type of stuff. So I don't know.
Kevin Curry, as a photographer, you've worked around these teams. What say you to this story?
Well, I have not seen it to that level, but I've seen the racism. When I shoot the Nets weren't so bad. It was just the Knicks you were very uncomfortable being at the Garden. Yeah, you were there, but the thing I noticed about that organization is they'll bunch all the non-white photographers together. Yeah, they had a sprinkle of other races working for the main newspapers and the wire services, but it was usually all white men or to a percentage white women. You can count on your hand. But as with these people, well, you sign up for that abuse. You're just a high paid slave. Hence that book, The $40 Million Slave. You're just a high paid slave. What are you going to do, as the American would say? What are you going to do about your situation? You could have teamed up with your brothers and sisters from the WNBA and pull your money and make your own league. But you want to be in that system, so that's on you. You work for the organization, that's on you. I don't care at this point. I'm building my own. Screw you.
If you're still here listening to the show with us, drop a 1 in the chat. I'm trying to see something right now. If you're still here listening to the show and enjoying the show, drop a 1 down in the chat. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
No, I find it interesting that you haven't heard from any of the players. All these $1 million players who like the world looks at and admires and wants to be like. You haven't heard from them, and the owner of the person who cuts their checks, he says, well, do I own you? And these are the people we should follow after. That's I feel like that's very interesting. But I would say this, I would agree with Gas Them Up with its sentiments of, and then this may come off in a chauvinistic way, but I don't care. I think that the women should stay home, or how you should create their own businesses for them if they can. I don't particularly care for integrated offices spaces. It's too much room for error, like Gassim says. But I mean, you're in a situation where it's very difficult, man. That's very difficult to manage Gassim. But if I could, if I could, in the best possible situation, I agree with you, brethren. I would try to say, you don't got to work no more. You good, man.
Well, no, I'm going to tell you this, brother, and I don't mean to cut you off, brother. Because the other brother, brother Kevin, I believe, said about starting their own league, and I again I had this conversation with Jay earlier today, where we have to be realistic about going independent. What that means is that it means a drastic reduction. So what do I mean by that? Most of these stadiums actually are built with debt. So the stadium owner, they don't put up their own money. They float a bond. The state or the city gives them municipal land rights and all this other stuff. So they float bonds, that allow them to finance the building of this stadium. They project revenue that's going to come in, and from that projected revenue, a percentage is going to go back to the debt holders or bond holders, and then they'll be paid off. And that might go for a 10-year process, 15-year process, 12-year process. Realistically, if all the black players decided to go on their own, look at Ice Cube's Big Three. He doesn't have the kind of funding. They won't give him the ability for him to float a bond to go and build his own stadiums. He doesn't have access to that. So being independent means his league, the NBA, if the players wanted to go independent, it might not look like the NBA. It might look like N1. It might look like Ice Cube's Big Three league, but it'll be your own. And so the thing is that we will have to learn to make do with a reduced amount. That means not as much access to the luxury that comes with being signed by by Babylon. And a lot of people aren't ready to tighten their belt to accept that. And so, Mr. Untouchable, I'll say this. On a different platform, I addressed it. I said there's this myth, and I think I may have said it here, that African men are historically, our women didn't stay at home. They worked, they had farms and this and took care of things. So if your woman is to stay at home, and I'm not telling you what to do, just when I look at other cultures, like I said, there's Bangladeshi people here, Pakistani people here, all different cultures here. This the guy who lives across from me, he's an Uber driver. They're not make. I mean, I used to drive yellow cab back in the day. Taxi business is done now. It's not like it used to be.
Right.
But he's not making millions. The difference is that from the money that he makes, his wife is content with it. He's not buying her Birkins. The kids aren't in name brand clothes. They're in their traditional clothes. So he can provide for his woman and she stays at home, not because he's a millionaire, but because she understands that she has to be content with the capability and level that her husband is at. And if the woman is content, if she understands that, she should be able to do that. Unfortunately, in this country, they teach our black women that, if he's not able to, because they say this, polygamy was in Africa, the man could take care of the woman. That's BS. I've seen guys in Africa without 2 pots to piss and manage 2 women at home. Manage 2 women. And they all get along. Everybody's doing well. She sells her fried, like the beans fritters and then the little dumplings and stuff. She sells there. The other one is doing this. He has a small thing, and they come and they manage themselves in their house. They got each woman has, I think, 2 children each. He said, I can't afford any more, and that's where he stopped at. Muslim brother, and that's what he's doing.
And I hear that gas him up. I think the difference between what Ice Cube is doing, and I agree with you, it would look different, and we had this discussion, but the difference between what Ice Cube is doing and what the NBA does is you have Ice Cube is out there by himself, and he shouldn't have to be. I think that there are enough wealthy Black Americans that would help him create something that is bigger. It's not the fact that it won't grow to something bigger, but I think that there's enough people to help him and assist him, because even in the NBA itself, there's not necessarily one billionaire out there making the NBA run the way it is. It's a collective group of billionaires, white billionaires, that's making the NBA form and function. And it didn't start like that. Let me say that as well. And I also want to say this. People come to see, not for the popcorn and not for the nice t-shirts. People come to see the labor, and really and truly, let me also say this. If you go in some of the parks in New York City, you would find a LeBron James. People, let me say LeBron James, people who people on these NBA courts that some people who would be willing to pay, and they could develop a cult around these same kinds of individuals. They may not necessarily have the good grades, and they couldn't go through the NBA system or the college system, but they have the same kinds of talent where people will be willing to pay to see them every week. And it would be small at first. I'm not saying it's going to be to the same capacity level as the NBA, but the NBA did start as the ABA. They eventually grew to what they are right now. And I think that the NBA does need competition. They do need competition, because if they don't have competition, you see these kinds of abuses. If like a lot of NBA athletes decided to go play in China because maybe the pay was commensurate. You know what I mean? Maybe but I feel like if there was different kinds of NBAs in America, I don't think that these people would be willing to be so abusive. I think competition sometimes is good, you know, but I think it should be tried or attempted. I don't think that Ice Cube should be the only person out there. I think that he should be assisted in some way by our community, but it is what it is, like Erzuli says.
Yeah, speaking of Erzuli, hop back on if you can. Jada, I'll give you the last word here.
Did you say Jay?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm
tapped out.
Yeah, I have nothing to add. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight. We are making our way towards the end of the show tonight. We might have a bonus if there's time. So this one was interesting to me because I was not, fully familiar with this person. Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight is who is Wangari Maathai, I think is the name. And this came with a link as well. Let me grab that real quick and play that so we can have a discussion on that next.
"30 years ago, Wangari Maathai had a simple idea: to plant trees. It was a response to a growing problem affecting the lives of the poor in her native Kenya and many other areas of Africa and the developing world. The destruction of forests, soil erosion, water shortages, and other types of environmental degradation. Maathai had won a scholarship to attend college in the US and earned a doctorate in biology in Kenya. In the 70s, she founded the Green Belt movement, working with mostly poor rural women who were given a small stipend to plant saplings of native species. She frequently led fights against state-backed land development and government corruption, and was once called a madwoman by Daniel Arap Moi, who ruled Kenya for more than 2 decades. Several times she was beaten or arrested. But her movement has led to the planting of some 30 million trees, provided jobs and income to thousands of women, and reached into other parts of Africa and the world.
Wangari Maathai.
In early December, in a ceremony in Oslo, Norway, the 64-year-old Maathai became the first African woman to be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. We spoke during a recent visit to New York.
When your name was first announced, some people wondered why an environmentalist should win the Peace Prize. What's the connection between the environment and peace?
Well, it's not surprising that people asked those questions, because this is not the normal area that the Norwegian Nobel Committee looks at. But it is indeed a very important shift that they made, because when you look at the world, what do people fight over? They're fighting over water, they're fighting over land, they are fighting over grazing ground, farming land, they're fighting over resources. And so managing these resources, which are limited on this planet, is very, very important. Sharing them equitably at the national level especially is very important.
One of the things that struck me in reading your book about the Green Belt movement is how your work is so connected to the everyday lives of women. I'm thinking of the fact that women have to walk much further to fetch wood because the forest just isn't there anymore.
It is important for people to understand that when I started, I did not start with that vision or with that obvious linkage that we are now celebrating. I started simply to meet the needs of a group of rural women who were telling the women at the National Council of Women in the early 70s that they needed firewood, they needed food, they needed to stabilize their soils, they needed fencing materials, building materials, fodder for their animals. In our part of the world, when the environment is degraded, when there is no firewood, when there is no water, when there is no food, it's usually the women who feel it first.
And was there a lot of resistance to this attempt to give more power to women in your society?
Yes, to my surprise, there was resistance. And eventually I understood that the reason why there was resistance is because a lot of these resources were actually in the hands of a few people who were governing the country. They were the ones who were using the timber. They were the ones who wanted to privatize the forest. They're the ones who were who were selling water or were controlling water. They're the ones who have the facilities in cities and urban centers.
And this is what led you directly from the needs of the environment to the needs of democracy.
Definitely. That's when I realized that it is very difficult to protect the environment if you have bad governance in place, that you need governments that respond to the needs of the people, that you need governments that listen to their people. But you also need people, citizens, who are sufficiently and empowered not to fear their leaders, but be able to hold them accountable, be able to demand that their environment be protected, to understand that some of our human rights are environmental rights. You have a right to a clean and healthy environment. You have a right to clean drinking water. You have a right to fresh air and drink and eat food that is not polluted or that is not poisoned.
In an election 2 years ago, Kenyan President Moi's party finally lost power. Wangari Maathai was voted into Kenya's parliament and later joined the new government as Assistant Environment Minister. Recently, she's found herself in a new controversy after a Nairobi newspaper quoted from a talk she made to a group of constituents in which she appeared to say that AIDS had been intentionally created by, quote, evil scientists to kill Black Africans. In a statement on her website, she says she meant only to, quote, warn people against false beliefs and misinformation, such as attributing AIDS to a curse from God, and that she is shocked by the uproar.
I want to clearly say that I was completely misrepresented, that I didn't say that and I don't believe it. There are people who are experts. I should really leave the discussions of the nature of the virus, where it came from, how it behaves, to the experts. I'm not an expert. I do not claim any knowledge whatsoever, but I was completely quoted out of context, trying to respond to questions that people ask as you try to tell them how they should protect themselves.
You know, in every article I read about you, you're described invariably as outspoken, as tough. There was a quote from one of your sons who said, "You have fire on the inside." Where does that come from?
Well, I think that I am greatly inspired and I get fired also by the fact that I have had the privilege of studying in America for almost 5.5 years. I internalized a lot the need for freedom. And so for me, it was very difficult to go home where I wanted now to share the experience that I had in America and face my own people trying to curtail that freedom, trying to prevent me from expressing myself, sharing what I knew, and teaching what I knew. And I guess that is the fire that comes from within. I think I very much internalized that freedom, and you can't live in America and not have that.
From when you started to now, have you seen great changes? Do you feel that you've been effective?
Well, I'm quite sure that I would have achieved much more in those 30 years if I had been supported by my government, if I had been given the freedom and the movement to be able to do that. But we definitely have achieved a lot. And most of all, you are dealing with the people who are empowered, who feel that they can make a change in their own lives, within their own environments, and utilizing the resources that they have around them. That's really wonderful. That transformation, that feeling of accomplishment and satisfaction is really wonderful to see happening to other people.
Wangari Maathai, congratulations again, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Interesting story. I like the fact that although she got opportunity to study in the U.S., she got her PhD actually in Kenya. In addition to who is Wangari, I kind of want to know why Wangari as well. Kevin Carey, were you aware of Wangari? Do you know who she is?
This is the first time I'm seeing it, but I'm loving this woman, man. Much respect to her. You know, uh, key thing to what she just said, man. She'd have been more successful had her people and her government had supported her more. Key lesson right there.
But in terms of her winning this award, why Wangari to you, Kevin Carey?
I don't know. I really don't have much to say to that question, actually.
All right, Jay. Who is Wangari? Did you know about her?
I knew about her, and this is old news. In the Netherlands, we were bombarded with this woman, and it seems like she won several Nobel prizes, but no, she was just forced into our minds in here. And it's not strange because in Kenya you have this hotel with this ice skating place, and so I assume the Dutch presence in Kenya is large, with the Dutch flowers moving out of the greenhouses here in the Netherlands, moving to the sunny Kenya and Mozambique. This is yet another token, yet another. Malcolm X used to say, if it's black and it's praised by whites, watch out for them. And I heard and saw a lot of signs, like her two sons saying that she's fire inside. So yes, she's probably a hell for those two black men that she gave birth to, and the tone of the interviewer, I dislike that also. It was literally, so little slave, have you come back from your from your big mouth, speaking of AIDS coming from white labs?
Yeah,
Every
there was definitely that heat check question.
Yes, sir. And I mean, just how she was, just how we in the Netherlands were bombarded with this great African woman that confronted the corrupt leadership in Africa. Ah, fuck this bitch. Sorry. Excuse me. Let me choose other words. Just another token Negro. Did you know that I have also planted trees? I need a Nobel Prize. I've planted trees. I've appeared on national TV, planting giant trees here in southern Senegal, and yeah, I deserve a Nobel Prize and a tap on my head.
Gas them
That's
up.
all.
Guess them up. What say you to this?
Well, I think Jay's he hit it on the head in terms of you know, um, I think the French philosopher Baudrillard said something about um, is it the undesired rewarding the unwanted or something of that nature. But yeah, outside of that, I it's funny because I taught at a school about 2 years back, and we read a book on her. So I was surface level familiar with her. Um, but I think you know aside from her possibly making concessions to Babylon, which a lot of times a lot of people end up doing that, especially as they get older. But one thing I would say, it shows her thought process, if it was genuine, when she was talking about the land development and the state corruption, where all these African leaders, they're living in the cities and the metropolises, and their wives are have the best of the best. Their kids are in U.S., U.K., Netherlands, Germany, living a good life, and then they go into these African villages, and they oh, the land is being privatized and all this other stuff. Um, planting the trees. She kept emphasizing in the video. It kept emphasizing what the local women needed. They didn't ask for jobs. They were asking for food, stable soil, fencing, water for the animals, fodder, water and fodder to feed their animals. And I think this is what Africans on the continent want. Typically, not all. You again, you have those in the metropolises who their position is different, but they're not the majority. They're not the norm. So, I think it is interesting because most of these African leaders are not environmentally conscious at all. They don't care about the environment. Like I said, I've been on other platforms where people have gotten violently upset with me when I point out to them, like, okay, yeah, you want to turn Africa into this United States of Africa. Are we willing to pay the environmental consequences? Oh, blah, that doesn't matter. Europe did it, America did it, so I I found that part interesting, how the demands of those local African women they're not asking for a job. They're not asking to work in some factory. They weren't asking to get educated so they can, leave their man and be a consumer in the US. So I think we should do well to pay more attention to what the local people on the ground are asking for and how they're living their life. That's what I got from it.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
No, when I found this video, I really had gassed him up in mind, because he's an essential environmentalist person, so I had him in mind. I thought he would have liked that, but it's funny that how she's viewed in different parts of the world, because Jay is he kind of have a repulsed view of this lady. But what I would say about what she said that she was taken out of context about with the whole AIDS scenario. I don't think she was out of context at all.
I don't think so either.
I think that answer with that interview, I think that was a completely political one, and I think that she was really trying to put on a different kind of face. But I agree with her first comments. I agree with her first comments. I don't think she was lying and taking it out of context whatsoever. But it's just interesting the varying different views on this lady. Maybe I need to dig a little bit more into her background, who she actually is. But on the surface, on the face of it, I can't really say that what she did inside her country was a terrible thing. But I have to dig some more to find out why Jay has that perspective.
Was it Nobel Prize worthy though?
Yeah, well, I don't think. First of all, it's a white prize. You know what I mean? Let me say this. I would be in. It would be interesting to know what the women in our community feel about her. And whether they would trumpet her like the white world does. It would be very interesting to find that out. You know.
Mhm. All right. Okay, I think we could end there with that prompt, unless someone else has a final word they'd like to add. Well, we can go to the last prompt for the night, unless we do a bonus. Shoot the breeze topic number 10 tonight. Topic number 10 is what is the future for Africa and its diaspora? This came with a link. Let's check it out.
I don't think there's a single answer, but the one that I think is the most important factor is it's the politics. You know, to misquote Bill Clinton, it's the politics, stupid. And that goes back to the colonial project, the way Africa's societies, between 6,000 and 10,000 political units that existed pre-colonial times, were carved up by outsiders, simply drawing lines on maps, and between Germany, France, Britain, saying, right, that bit's your bit, that's bit, we'll put the line there, often dividing whole societies. And these states have got, Nigeria, for example, 400 languages, 400 separate languages and counting. I mean, that's what we're talking about. Maybe as many or more centers of old political power. So it's the overlay of these new states on old societies. And states that had those societies had no part in their creation at all. They were just created and then handed over to them suddenly in the 1950s and 60s. You're independent now, off you go. And to think you can create a nation state like that was always madness. So it is the evolution of those societies that I think is it'll take a lot of time. It'll take generations for those nation states to create the sort of feeling of citizenship that Americans have or British people have. And so I just don't think, I think that's the core of the failure of development. Lots of countries going along nicely, suddenly huge political upheaval, maybe even civil war, all destroyed. Everybody flees, the money shifts out. And I think that's one. And I think the other one, which is closely linked to it, is that Africa's politics have fallen into the hands of elites, as the Nigerians would call them. These are a class of people who are pure business politicians, and business and politics go together in Africa. You cannot stand as a poor man. I came across a wonderful example the other day from Kenya, where a man who cycled around on a bicycle was trying to get himself elected, and the people just laughed at him and they say, "You've only got a bicycle. What can you do for us? We need a big man with a big car with money. That's the politician we need to." So there's this mentality, which I think has allowed a very small group of people to take over those countries politically, but also economically. And that's why you have something like, I think the World Bank says, between 60 and 70% of Africa's capital shifted out of the continent. It's in banks in Europe and Asia and maybe America as well. But these people just do what the colonialists did, which was suck the wealth out and shift it overseas. And until that changes, that is, until there's a new generation or even a revolution that actually takes power back to African people, I think those problems, that lack of development, will continue. The answer has been, well, why should we invest in Africa as outsiders if the rich Africans don't invest in Africa? And that's been the case up until now. But I think it's changing. I think there is African capital flowing back into Africa, not just from remittances, from African diasporas living overseas. I mean, 20 billion a year until recently. Not sure which way it's going to go now. But also some of the big men who are very, very rich men indeed are beginning to say, actually, maybe I can invest in Nigeria and do better than I can by investing in New York or in Switzerland or somewhere like that.
Interesting points made there. Interesting points. Kevin Carre, what say you to this? What is the future for Africa and its diaspora based on what you saw in that video?
Well, in my opinion, is my opinion only. We know what we must do. We must invest in ourselves. We can't allow outsiders to keep investing, because at the end of the day, the person who pays your, pays your salary owns you.
Absolutely. Gas them up. What say you to this?
Yeah, it's interesting video. I think that the gentleman in the video, he's probably one of those whites that I come across. They may mean well, but I think they're naive. They don't really think about coups, external control, what type of African leaders are selected from the West. I'll give you a perfect example. In the recent Nigerian election, um, Buhari and Atiku were going back and forth, and Atiku was actually wanted in the United States. There's a warrant out for his arrest, allegedly for corruption, and he was the president during Obasanjo when Halliburton was. There's a whole Halliburton scandal with Nigeria. So, to make a long story short, um, I don't know what mafia Illuminati that he's a part of. I don't know what mafia Illuminati he made a phone call to, but he was able to fly into the U.S. for, I think they gave him 10 hours or 9 hours, and he had meetings with important political leaders in the United States, where the FBI, no one acted on the warrant, no one pursued him, and he was able to stay in the country and have those meetings when he flew back. Obviously, he didn't win the election, so I guess the Illuminati mafia people decided he wasn't going to run Nigeria. So when these type of white people talk, they're sometimes they're either being willfully naive or very disingenuous. Um, the last point I'll make is Fela had a great song, "Teacher Don't Teach Me Nonsense," and in that song he says that when these African countries are misbehaving, the coups and stuff, America would never tolerate that. So when the African countries do it, why do they tolerate it? And I think it just shows again, it's all part of the game. Because by now, if they can come up with all these immigration acts and all these other silly acts that they can come up with, they in Europe and America should have already come up with an economic divesting or economic capital act, which says that any African leader who tries to hide African wealth in any of our banks, if you get any money that in large amounts coming from people and it can be traced back to government, we're not going to accept your money. We're going to send it back to you. As a matter of fact, then we'll prosecute you. I think that would greatly reduce the incentive on leaders in Africa to um, continue on with their corruption. But that's also I wanted to say. I want to hear what you guys say.
Thank you for that. Mr. Untouchable, what say you? Mr. Untouchable, you're muted.
Yeah, first to Gasimov's point, I think that it is a good thing that the United States government has that law, but there's two laws in America, brother. There's the law, it's public for everybody, and then there's that under the table law that nobody really pays attention to, and they find ways to siphon off their monies and do it because a billionaire is a billionaire is a billionaire, and banks and greed, that really essentially goes together. And also, let me say this: if the American government says no, it doesn't mean the Switzerland government says no, the German government says no, the Belgium government says no. So these guys will find their ways to hide their monies in other parts of the world. But that's neither here nor there. As far as the future for Africa is concerned, um, I don't really know. I think that I could see essentially maybe in 50 years, because I think that very wealthy African Americans or African Americans on the ground are feeling as if they are being priced out of America. And I think that they're gonna start trying to seek different parts of the world really to look to, especially with the abuse too. I think that because of social media, I think that the Africans in the West are entertaining other places to live. And as you see a slow migration, because I really essentially think it's going to happen, I really don't know what the ideology will be, because you will have a mix of continental Africans and people from the West coming to Africa, mix and mingling, and you will see a mingling of ideas. Essentially, you will see a mingling of information. So I don't necessarily know what that will evolve to. It'll be interesting in the next 50 years to see what that'll essentially become. I'm really interested in knowing what that would look like. And if I'm here, I hope I have the opportunity to see what that looks like.
Jay, what say you to this? What is the future for Africa and its diaspora?
It's I so here comes to surface that I'm not a fanboy of African Americans. I don't believe that rich African Americans would see Africa as their first choice of investing when they're being outpriced in the United States. What I do see is the investor is the new messiah in on the continent. You can do almost anything if you say I'm an investor looking for opportunities, and then the doors swing open for you. I wanted to react on what Gasimov said, but I sort of forgot what he said. Yeah, maybe I should.
About which part? About the policy, the fact that they didn't pass any laws, or the white nationalists?
Yeah. Wait, yeah, I got it. The United States as moral compass, the United States or Western countries as moral compass. Like okay, this. Oh, sorry. This corrupt African is trying to hide his billions in our banks, and we're going to stop that. Yesterday I saw a show, Democracy Now, and usually I don't make it to the end. I'm disgusted, but this time I made it almost to the end, and it smelled. I think that the Western Europe and the United States is broke for a long time, and they are robbing Russian oligarchs at this moment. And in that show, they were proposing to they were playing the moral compass, like, oh, we're going to get these bad guys, these oligarchs. Russian oligarchs have hidden 200 billion from the Russian tax system, so they haven't paid tax in Russia. They smuggle their money out of Russia, right? And now we're getting them, but we shouldn't stop at Russian oligarchs. We should get more billionaires that are hiding their money, uh, right? So it smells like Europeans falling back to what they were used to, free booters with a deal back home, with the king back home, so, Dutch and English freebooters with the deal, don't attack, pirates, actually pirates, but let's call them freebooters, with deals with governments and kings back home, like don't rob our ships, rob only the French one, or rob Portuguese and Spaniards, but not Dutch and English boats, right? So I think we are looking at, and for a long time I think we are looking at um, the West, the real robbers, the real thieves, going broke again. They have never known wealth without genocide, uh, uh, war, and coups, and psyops and black ops, and whatever, and whatnot, and planes flying into their buildings. I mean, they would have been broke in 2008 if in 2001 those planes didn't fly into those buildings, and they sold a lot of weapons worldwide, and they created a lot of security jobs. They would be gone. So now they are looking at robbing billionaires, right? They're broke as fuck, broke as me.
Hey, it's funny you said that. I was just doing a sweep of the news stations, and it says Biden to include minimum tax on billionaires in budget proposal. This is 2 hours ago.
Well, there you go.
All right. Yeah, I think we covered that one pretty well. We do have a bonus question. You guys up for a bonus question tonight?
Let's go.
Yeah,
Sure.
All right. So
Go ahead,
bonus time. Bonus time. The bonus question tonight is: Were the Rastas wrong or right? This came with a link as well. Let's check it out. Okay, so it's a tweet from Jared Higgs saying police officers confront a group of Rastafarians as they arrive at Sybil Strawn Primary School ahead of the arrival of the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. The Rastas planned to protest and arrived with placards, signs, and flags. And this is they're tagging the Nassau Guardian newspaper, our news, etc. So let's see what the video says. Hold on. Let's start from the beginning.
On the news, they say the public invited. They didn't say allow you another, and you have the ground, but you cannot come. No, that's not true. No. This ain't no highest that's fast. As a debate. So I think you just. You can't come no further. You cannot come any further. That's just for Rastas or for public? That's for everybody? I see all I feel victimized. Smoking poisoning and farmers for the first time in my life. By people of the same color. I can't believe this. This is being denied our right. We had a public invitation over the public media saying the public is invited to see the riots. Oh, she's saying we can't even be in the view facility that we can't see. Come on, it is no big crowd here that we can't stand. No tape up saying we should be behind protective barriers. Which road block? So when they invited the public on around, when they invited the public, which would be us. What is the reason for the ceremony this morning? What is the reason for the ceremony this morning? Everyone got invited for the ceremony. Because we represent ourselves as Ethiopian subjects, African subjects. We can't allow that. We can't represent ourselves. We can't represent ourselves to the British Royals. No, that ain't right. No, that was a fair invitation. Come on, man. I feel like victimization. You creating a rule this morning for us, just specifically for us. I think this is a once in a lifetime opportunity, Honorable. How we declaring an opportunity once in a lifetime that we can't see the world? Why are you all here this morning? What this opportunity is? Are you wearing this white? You don't wear this white every day. You just dress like, as an officer, you dress like this every day.
All right. Let's look at some of the tweets. I guess that was under, the comments. It says embarrassing to hear what those officers are saying. It's also infuriating to know that the mentality of many of our leaders and the organization that are supposed to protect our rights doesn't even know the laws that govern themselves. Why can't that community fly their flag? Another person responded, they should let them protest. Another person says, are they serious? This is Bahamas. Do not transpose Jamaican problems into Bahamian. Interesting. Someone responded to that. So we don't have freedom of religion in the Bahamas. And does that mean Christianity is a Jewish problem? And we shouldn't allow them to peacefully gather in public? So I could go to Mr. Untouchable because he's there, but I'm gonna start with Kevin Carre because he posted the earlier article kind of denouncing the Royals in Jamaica. Kevin Carre, what say you to this?
Yeah, hey, I support those rosters, man. Those cops, well, the police, they're just, the new word I have for them, they're just thugs. They don't really, just like you said with HR earlier with the Phoenix owner, they're here to run interference like they were doing to those rosters. I support those rosters.
Absolutely. Gas them up. What say you to this story? Were the rosters wrong or right?
No, the rosters were 1,000,000,000% correct. They have a right to their freedom of speech. I think it ties in, actually, funny enough, to the two links I posted in the private chat. And the reason why I posted the link, but you know what? Let me give other people a chance. If we have time, maybe I can touch on it. I don't want to be, I don't want to hog up the time. So if there's time, Koku, I just want to briefly touch on the link because I think it ties in to the whole roster and everything.
Okay. We'll tie it in. Let's hear from Jay on this.
It looked familiar. To me as Cape Verdean, it looked like the police was ashamed of the Rastas and trying to keep them off camera. That's what that's the snare that got hit on my side. But I thought I indeed thought that the bonus was the link of gas them up. Yeah, but anyway
We're gonna tie it in. We're gonna tie
that's
it in.
anyway, that's my thought. I had a feeling that the cops were ashamed and were trying to keep them off camera. That's my my
Mr.
point.
Untouchable, what say you? You're there. You're close
Yeah.
to the situation. What say you?
Fela Kuti made a song back in the day. It's called Zombie. Zombie, oh zombie. We have a lot of zombies. These zombies in the Bahamas, when they put on their uniforms, they become, just agents of the state. Well, they don't even have to put on their uniforms. This is the reason why in a 80 to 90% black, so-called black country, which is a former slave plantation, you can't express and be an African person in these places. You are considered to be an outcast, and it's unfortunate that this is the reason why I say that the West Indies and the Africans in the West need to form greater ties and links with our brothers on the continent. It's very important, man, because it is just, we have no knowledge of self. I mean, it's terrible. It's embarrassing. It's just embarrassing. But I think the Rastafarians in the Bahamas, really and truly, and this might be a controversial thing to say, but I think that they had a better showing than the Rastas in Jamaica, because the Rastas in Jamaica permitted Caton and whoever the other guy, the Caton,
to beat the drum,
to beat the Nyabingi drums, the Nyabingi drums. Could you imagine such a thing? You know what I mean? And this is supposed to be one of their sacred tools of their religion, and he is permitted in to play up with their drums like it's a toy. You know what I mean? Imagine me going into Buckingham Palace and playing with the crown and the staff and all these other things. It would never be permitted, you know. And it's interesting that we permit these certain things. But I would say that the Rastafarians were right. They do have their freedoms to be respected. Unfortunately, the document that we call the Bahamian Constitution, even though I even taught it, it's not worth it. The paper is written on it. You can use it for toilet paper. You know, because most of the Bahamian people, even the police officers, don't even know it's on there.
Right.
But I would stop there to see if we could. I want to try to include gas them up as far as this article goes. I'll just stop there.
All right, gas them up. Which article is it you want to tie it into right now?
Okay, yeah, they're both very short. The first link, if you in the chat, the one that says the legislation.gov.uk. It's a very short link.
I'm about to share it right now.
Okay.
All right, here you go.
So, Coco, if you scroll down, I just want you to read. This was the document that the so-called Nigerian leaders signed.
Part 2?
Yeah, just read just from the beginning and see what it says.
All right, provisions for the fully responsible status of Nigeria. Number 1, on the first day of October 1960, and this act referred to as the appointed day, the colony and the protectorate are respectively defined by the Nigeria Constitution Orders in Council 1954 to 1960, shall together constitute part of Her Majesty's dominions under the name of Nigeria.
Okay, stop right there. Sorry, sir. I didn't go to school. The last sentence says what again? It says shall do what?
Is shall together constitute part of Her Majesty's dominions under the name of Nigeria.
This is what these so-called, mind you, these guys were lawyers. I don't know. Maybe someone can explain to me what does this mean when you're under someone's dominion? Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe you guys can help me out.
No, I think we get it. You want me to read number 2?
No, that.
Oh, that's it.
You don't have to read anything else. It tells you everything there. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, when people say, "Oh, African leaders or African countries," just like, you know, Mr. Toucher was saying about the Bahamas Constitution. Look, listen, man, it's all a game. It's all smoke and mirrors with this stuff. You know, so here people are running around. I'm a Nigerian, pro Nigeria, this Nigeria. It's all smoke and garbage because the paper that they gave you, they said you are free. If I'm going to give someone a paper that says, I don't even want to use you guys as an example. Let me just say, my friend Chicken George, you are free. Chicken George is free. I'm not going to put Chicken George is allowed to continue under the dominion of gas them up. How the hell did I make him free? You know, and so the next link that I posted, and the reason why I posted it is because, you know, Somalia was a country that split up famously, but this shows you how devious this stuff is. People never talk of Somaliland. They never talk of Puntland. And when we're talking about indigenous African republics, these are the modern day examples. As a matter of fact, I believe Coca-Cola has opened up a bottling factory in Somaliland. They never talk about this in the media. They never mention Somaliland. It's peaceful. There's no violence there. It is an indigenous African space. They broke off from Somalia. The same thing with Puntland. They broke off. None of them in the UN, the Vatican, all these, you know, mafia, Illuminati organizations, they won't recognize them. They do not want to recognize them because you must be under that charter that they give you called the Constitution. But Somaliland is not under that charter. Puntland is not under that charter. And of course, that charter means you're continuing someone's dominion. So these are the games that are at stake, that are at play. And so when I see, you know, like the rosters, and I see other people who are attempting, you know, I know Jamaica had Queen Nanny, the Maroons, they're attempting this maroonage. I think it's something that we need to encourage, support, as best as we can. We may not agree with everything that the Rastafarians are doing, of course not. We may not agree with everything that whatever organization is doing, but anyone who's really legitimately trying to escape, not just escape in a superficial way, but really escape the clutches, whether it's spiritual, whether it's legal, start trying to escape it. And the last thing I'll say is the sister earlier, I didn't want to seem like, because this is her first time on the show, I didn't want to say anything. My only issue with the use of language, when we say revolutionary, revolution means 360. So if I'm a revolutionary, I haven't changed anything. I just went around in a circle. So I'm trying to get past being a revolutionary. I just want to escape. I just want to escape this Babylon as best as we can, and it's a day-to-day fight. It's a day-to-day struggle. But yeah, so anyone who tells you African countries, just ask them. The website is there, that .gov.co.uk. It's there. So funny that it's there. They give you the proof of our slavery in front of us. No one watches it. No one clicks it. No one reads it. So if anyone tells you, oh, the African government and African leaders, just ask them, hey, listen, have you read the document they gave you that said you're free? Have you even looked at it? Most Nigerians don't even know about that document. They don't even have a clue that they're really British real estate. That's all they are. So I'd love to hear what you guys say, and Coco, you take it from there.
Kevin Carray, what say you to Gas 'em Up's addition to this bonus topic?
I like Somaliland. I mean, that's what I kind of zoomed in. I like that. They're independent. Yo, it just got my. I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm just getting kind of excited thinking about it, man. But that will be a great place for a lot of people. I mean, it's not for everyone, but that'll be a great place to settle. And you said with Queen Andy, yo, when I went back to Jamaica back in October, man, I felt refreshed, man. Just go. It's like we gotta leave this Western system. We can't keep being under the charge. We have to leave it. There's no choice. There's no choice at this point.
Jay, what say you to Gas 'em Up's 2 articles that he had me show? Jay, I think you're muted. Okay. Mr. Untouchable, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. When I see this, I just recognize that, the West Indies is Nigeria, and a lot of our constitution kind of mimics all these so-called independent Commonwealth constitutions around the world.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Jay.
No, I go after you. I just made some noise that the menu was gone, so I couldn't unmute myself.
Okay. I'll just, while you get your thoughts together, I'll just finish. I just think that we mirror a lot of the so-called former British colonies in Africa, and I'll do you one better, Gas them up. When a person becomes a so-called member of parliament in these countries, every member of parliament swears on the Bible. They swear to the Queen, her heirs, and successors in a so-called independent country. So they don't swear to the Bahamian people, or they don't swear to the Jamaican people. They swear to the Queen, her heirs, and successors to become a former member of parliament. That's how deep it goes, brother. So
freedom sure feels good, doesn't it?
Don't it? So when I see my brothers in Nigeria, I know that we under the same kind of former colonial system. So it mimics us, man. The only thing that we have not done yet in the West, in the so-called westernized Caribbean countries, is the coups. And some of our countries that have coups like Trinidad and Grenada, but that's the only thing that we really seriously engage in yet. But that's a whole nother story. But I'll let someone else go.
Jay.
Yes.
It's your time now. Go ahead.
Yes, I come from the Cape Verde Islands, right? And we were a double state until 1973. And that was the year that Amilcar Cabral was killed, but that was also the year that Guinea-Bissau gained independence by force. They literally kicked out the Portuguese with AKs and Cuban assistance and Russian weaponry. They literally kicked out the Portuguese, and we signed a treaty. We signed a treaty in 75. So the Cape Verde Islands ran back into in between Portuguese ass cheeks as soon as we could. We look at our flag, you know, we call the flag under which we fought the Portuguese, we call it the communist flag. Our flag is a mix of the star sprinkled banner and the EU flag, you know. And my father has worked very hard for the illusion that he thought he was fighting for, and that was democracy. But he every effort that he put in, he was betrayed like many other Cape Verdeans. Yeah, exactly, that flag. And my father, and there's the red, green, and you know, the red, yellow, green. That's the flag that we had before that, and that's you know, I was born under that flag. You understand? So that's my flag. That's my Cape Verdean flag. My father, after 91, when we got that new flag, my father always denied his own intelligence. You know, he always uh, uh, he parked himself under the big mouths, right? And when that blue flag happened, he said we puked, and we swallowed it up again. And meaning we kicked out the Portuguese, and now we are importing Europeans again, right? So yeah, we shed blood. Cape Verdeans fought in Guinea-Bissau, and I on my channel I have I have a powerful speech of a member of the PAIGC, the group and later political party of Amilcar Cabral, Silvinho da Luz, a real powerful speech that still counts today, and he was warning the Cape Verdeans that are more Cape Verdeans than other Cape Verdeans, and it are exactly those people that betrayed my father, that betrayed our country. You know, it's yeah, it's horrible. So we were a double state. Guinea-Bissau was literally fought free, and the Cape Verde Islands signed the treaty. And I believe most of our countries in the Caribbean and on the continent, they signed an accord with the colonists. And I'm shocked to read that the document literally says under the Queen. Yeah. And I'm afraid Suriname is the same thing. You know, I mean, every year we have this the 1st of July in the Netherlands, and yeah, I have seen the video, the Queen coming over to celebrate the independence of Suriname. I mean, how? You know, but now that I've seen the document of Nigeria, I understand what that meant. Yeah, and I'm disappointed. Maybe you can hear it in my voice. I'm hurt, actually, to read that Nigerian freedom document.
All right. I think we could end it there. I want to thank everyone on the panel tonight. Gas them up. Jay, Mr. Untouchable.
Thank you.
Kevin Carre, 42, you're welcome. We had Lero on earlier, and Rachir X was on tonight, so we did get a female perspective on many of these
very
topics.
very brilliant sisters, very brilliant sisters.
Absolutely. So hopefully they'll be back again in the future. want to thank everyone who was in the chat tonight. Just off the top of my head, Daily Affirmations by Pauline, Coach Pete, Zuliism, who was also on the panel tonight as well. I think I said Janelle, Lero, and anyone else who I might have missed. Thank you guys for being here tonight. Hopefully you all hit the like button. KW Don 7 was here tonight as well. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Share the content, especially you guys on the panel. If you know you on the panel, share it with the people around you. Show them this is what I did Saturday night, man. This is what I discussed, etc. It'll be much appreciated. I'll be back this week. Hopefully I'll be back on both channels this week. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday and Thursday. I didn't do a show last Thursday. Hopefully I'll be back this Thursday to do one. And then, of course, next week, Shoot the Breeze. In a couple of weeks, we would have done a full year of Shoot the Breeze. So you guys keep coming through, and we'll keep making it happen. Anyway, guys, you guys have a good night. Thank you for being here. I'll see you guys later in the week.
Good night, and thank you for having me, for having us, and maybe till next week.
Yes, sir. Next week we'll be
All right,
back.
everybody, be safe, man. Peace and blessings. Wish all of you guys the best health, wealth, and success. Please
Yes,
be
sir.
safe out there.
Same to you.
Same to y'all. Same to y'all.
Okay. Mr. Untouchable, we will link. And to everyone else, good night.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.